Can you hear me? Audience, are you okay hearing me? Yes? If you can't hear in the audience, please feel free to put your headphones on. You'll be able to hear it more easily. Okay, good morning and welcome to the first roundtable of today. It's been an incredible event so far. We have a theme overall of technology disruption and the introduction of AI and what that means for all of us and all of you out there. The emergence of AI and the ubiquity of AI in society and education present opportunities as well as challenges. And we're going to be exploring today what that means for the individual, what that means for institutions of learning, and what that means for government, as well as the responses that we can provide as a network and as an ecosystem of interested parties. I'm very fortunate to have with me a very diverse and a very expert group. So I'll very quickly introduce everybody. To my left, I've got Taha Bawa, the CEO and co-founder of Goodwall. I've got Lord Jack McConnell, First Minister of Scotland from 2001 to 2007, currently Chancellor of Stirling University, amongst other things. Dr. Ilham Al-Dakhil, Chairman of the G20 Future of Work and Education Group from Saudi Arabia. Nick Newman, General Partner from Emerge Capital in the UK. I've got Professor Charles Zukowski from Neom University. I want to get your Gonzalo Barada from Blink Learning in Spain. And finally, Dr. Yee-Hyun Park, CEO at the DQ Institute in Singapore. Okay, so we're going to get started. And we're going to start with a review of what these changes that we're seeing, the disruption that we're seeing in education in terms of AI, in terms of technology, what that means for the individual. So starting with you, Lord Jack, how does a change of this magnitude and this fundamental change that we're seeing impact the individual in terms of learning?
Well, I've been thinking back over the last 5 decades, and as a student, a teacher, a parent, a government minister, and a chancellor of a university, every decade seems to have been full of change. And we've seen the electronic calculator, the mathematical calculator, the computer, the internet, the mobile phone, and on every occasion in every decade, I think education has been behind the curve. We've been too slow to react, at times trying to stop change, press back the tide rather than go with it. And I think it's critical that we don't make that mistake again. And I think if I've got lessons from all of that, it would be, first of all, that you can't reverse the tide, that educators getting in the way of change is not the best place to be. Secondly, that you have to see the potential, visualize the potential of change, and be committed to realizing that potential. And then thirdly, I think the job of governments in particular is to set the standards that manage that change in both curriculum and assessment and in the quality and the work of teachers. And I think it's been really interesting to reflect on that over the last few days, and I think those would be my main lessons from those 5 decades.
And for a minister, what would that mean?
Well, I think the job of the minister, I think, is to set the standards in both curriculum and assessment and in teaching, to make sure those are joined up, but also that the correct standards are set, but then to liberate the teachers in person, not just online, but in person, to teach, to realize the full potential of the change that's taken place.
Fantastic, thank you. And Dr. Yee-Hyun, if we take that perspective down specifically to the learner now, and let's focus a little bit around that individual, which we all have been and all are, what does this mean for the individual learner through childhood and perhaps into full life?
Sure. I think it is good to go back and look at what happened in 2007. So when the Web 2 started with social media, iPhone, there was a time that I developed this concept of DQ, So now DQ became the global standard for digital literacy and digital skills, which has been helping the nation to set their AI digital talent management and development and frameworks. But when I develop it, it's actually I develop for children online protection. So what I actually found as a mother, as well as experts on this, I found that children are in the real predicament. In 2007, internet was invented not for children. It was not meant to be children, but they are the one who receive it and use it for full. And in Korea, as a very fast digitization has happened, we saw that in early about 2007, almost 20% of children are fall into gaming addiction. So that shows that children are in front of digital, and they need a digital skills for their future. But at the same time, there was no protection at the time. So I realized that there is a new concept of new framework of intelligence is needed. So like an IQ, we developed the digital intelligence as DQ. So point is that how we can minimize the side effect and negative impact, but maximize even 100% fold of amplifying their cognitive and technical and social metacognitive ability. So related to your question, how does it really impact? We published the Child Online Safety Index from 2016. And then it started with the Singapore government in 17, 18 with the World Economic Forum, 2020 with G20 with Saudi. And now we are actually working with the Global Cybersecurity Forum to come up with the next version with the leadership of Royal Highness in Saudi. And what we saw is that 70% of children 8 to 18 years old have experienced at least one cyber risk. And 8 to 12 years old is 60%. So a lot of people think that it is about a pandemic that caused about cyber risk. But actually what we found is no, the data shows that it has been consistently last 7 years. So that was pre-generative AI. Now, 2007 and now 20 years later, right now, we are coming in front of another big wave of generative AI. So previous generative AI, narrow AI, previous internet, fall children into 70%. That technology aimed to engage children for maximizing engagement. Now we have a generative AI. They try to engage children with the maximum intimacy. So can you imagine what kind of side effect we're going to have? So I know we are going to talk about very positive part. Everybody talk about every positive part. So I'm sorry, I'm party pooper. I'm talking a little bit of negative part right now. But I think this is a very, very important part that we have to pay attention. And we have a very narrow window to intervene. So I will stop here.
Thank you. And yes, I mean, I suppose we're setting the scene in terms of challenges and risks and what those might be. We will come to the positives. Gonzalo, what does this mean for the educator in terms of the teacher and at the school level?
Well, it means a big change. If we go back and think what technology promised to education was basically it was going to make it more accessible and more personalized. And to some extent, it's already happening. We see a lack of qualified teachers, I would say, in every single country that we visit. And online education is helping in that way. However, when we come to personalized education, I think there is still a lot to go. I mean, we are not really adapting education to the specific learning needs of all the students. And I think that's when artificial intelligence really comes into play. When we talk about schools, the challenge is that we are not only talking about knowledge. We are talking about values and we're talking about skills. And that makes a big difference because what we know so far is that artificial intelligence can be a very good tool to create content. It's a fine tool and improving all the time as an online tutor, for instance. It can help teachers to automatically grade essays or open-ended questions. But I think the interesting thing is when we use it really to develop skills. And let me put an example. Using artificial intelligence, we develop a tool to basically for students to use voice recognition to practice learning a foreign language. So we developed it, we went out there, and we tested. And what we realized is that some students who were very shy were less reluctant to talk to the artificial intelligence than in front of the classroom. So if we can really use artificial intelligence to improve confidence in some children, that's really powerful. So we are all talking about long life learning. If we manage to use AI to really foster curiosity, to really ingrain in children the desire to keep learning, that will happen. So that is really what I find very exciting. The things that we can do from now on using artificial intelligence in order to really enhance and develop those skills in children.
And how does that change the role of the teacher? What does that mean for the classroom?
It implies a big change, and it's happening. I would say not many teachers are really using artificial intelligence nowadays. And I will come back to this point because a lot of training is needed. So for instance, everybody is very concerned on student cheating. And I think what we should be thinking about is how we change the way we assess.
Yep.
So, and that's key because even if I use AI, I have to ask the right questions. So there is a lot of value in a student using AI in order to answer an exam or some questions. So, but we need to change the mentality, and that implies a lot of training, a lot of time. This is not going to be done overnight.
Fantastic, thank you. Professor Charles, both positives and negatives there in the classroom at a school level. How does that play out? What are you seeing at the university level?
So first, I would say that there's a lot of uncertainty, and that uncertainty is driven by the few sort of use cases, positive or negative, that we have. And so if you go back to earlier times when the internet was coming along, it took a long time for those to actually begin to penetrate. Apparently, faster with young children than with adults, but even so, retraining adults and getting them to understand how to use the web has been slow to sort of penetrate where we are. I think that at the university level, I think with all teaching, that which leads to success of the student isn't going to necessarily change that much. Right, that the individual still needs to learn how to be curious. They still need to learn specific information. How do you separate molecules? What is an electrical circuit? How do you keep a building from falling down? That sort of specific thing still has to be transmitted, or the student isn't going to be successful in life. I think the place that it's going to show up, AI will show up the most, is in the way we teach. That with the access to all of human knowledge with a click of the computer, the faculty will now have to understand how they can assist in learning. They become more of a mentor. They guide the learning. They are no longer the sage on the stage. They don't contain the wisdom that they're passing on. They're ensuring the student is curious. They're ensuring that the student has standards so that they can gain confidence about that they can learn. In fact, the way I characterize it is the educational systems that we're going into are going to, and what AI will help us do, is go from states of ignorance to states of competence rapidly. That's what will happen, and the faculty will be setting up around how to help the student do that it isn't teaching, it's about learning. So you become much more student-centric. Getting faculty that we have now at a university to a point where they can do that is an enormous transformation because we all grew up in a previous era.
Yep. Amazing. Okay, and so with that kind of expectation of changing dynamic, do you have the same question marks around your lecturers, your professors, and what they're capable of teaching?
I would argue the faculty are probably capable of teaching almost anything if they're incentivized correctly. It's the way they teach that will change. I believe that you'll go to much more of problem-based learning. You will begin to have to emphasize more what we mean by creativity, and you'll be doing problem-based learning, team-based learning. You'll begin to develop the what we've been referring to as the soft skills will become more important, and that the student will be learning, let's call it the factual material, on their own, and they'll come into the classroom in order to practice, to learn how to be problem solvers.
Thank you. Okay, so let's shift a little bit now to the implications in terms of what it means for private sector, for governments, and for educators. So Taha, what are the implications of the AI transformation for education-related private sector and public-private partnerships?
Yeah, thanks a lot. There's a lot great points that have been raised, a lot of reason to be anxious. I'll focus on opportunity. From a youth perspective, or youth to opportunity, future of works perspective, there are 1 billion people entering the workforce over the next 5 years, 90% from the global south. We're almost at a K-shaped moment. We're either going to accentuate inequality through AI, or we're going to hopefully come closer together, and maybe there's an opportunity for some to leapfrog into the future of work. It is critical that we do not lose a generation. We spoke about 2007, so if we go a year later, 2008, there's a real chance that we lose a generation that doesn't have that AI fluency and that AI skilling. Furthermore, it is critical that we do not lose the global south, or those who are trying to get into the global competitive workforce. In order to do that, we need to have industry-focused content. And by industry-focused content, we mean content that is set to meet the needs of future employers, both at a generic level, so fluency, but also when we think industry-specific. If we think of AI, it's not just the Microsofts or the tech companies. It's going to be fast-moving consumer good companies. It's going to be industrial groups. It's going to be energy companies. So having that content, what we're seeing is that most Fortune 500s either have academies or have access to academies and are generating high-quality content that is relevant to their industry. The second is speed. There is a reason why governments and curriculum takes time. Some of it is not a bug, it is by design, but it will take certain time. We cannot afford to wait 5 to 10 years. And that is where the private sector can step in from a speed perspective to test things out and to make sure that we leave as few people behind as possible in this transitory period. And then finally, resources. If we look at many countries, they just do not have the resources, neither the teaching resources, neither the upskilling or reskilling resources of teachers that are needed over the next few years. And that's where the private sector can come in as well. So what we've done at Goodwall and alongside our partners is put together a public-private partnership which brings together market-leading organizations such as the Microsofts, the Accentures, the SAPs, alongside public sector organizations, governments, and UN bodies to make sure we reach millions of young people through principally experiential learning. Coming to your point, we see this generation learning much more through their peers and through experiences versus just PowerPoint presentations or whatever it may be, and doing that fast and at speed. Hopefully, we're able to do that at a scale sufficient enough that it is a leapfrogging moment rather than an accentuator of inequality moment.
What's it going to, I mean, I wrote down some of the reasons to be anxious: widening skills gap,
Yep.
lost generation,
Yep.
global south falling further behind.
Yep.
Is there a positive scenario?
Yeah, so the positive scenario is we're able to drive AI fluency at scale. And we're able to put them onto pathways into dignified livelihoods, either jobs or micropreneurship. If we think, just to give an example, a lot of money has gone into me being able to say what I'm saying right now. But if you actually ChatGPT my name and say, based on what he has said, Taha has said over the past few years, what could I say today? You will probably come like 90%, or maybe even better than what I'm going to say right now. So a young person in Rwanda, I was in Rwanda last week, I was thinking about this, I was thinking about my own USP and relevance. a young person in Rwanda could potentially say what I'm going to say right now by just ChatGPTing it. So if you take that analogy, that extreme analogy a little bit further into marketing, building apps, communication, etc., as long as they're given devices, infrastructure, the regulatory environment, as well as some of that AI fluency, and hopefully industry-specific content, right? Because it's not just AI fluency, but it's how is AI going to affect some of the industrial groups that are mentioned here, some of the energy companies. Then all of a sudden, maybe a Rwandan youth can compete with me in a way that was just impossible. It cost me literally millions of dollars for me to be here, but it might just cost that young person a few thousand or a few hundred. I mean, that's the hope. But in order for that to happen, it's not just AI fluency, it's the regulatory environment, it's the infrastructure that's needed. So we all have to come together. On Tuesday, we were on a call with the head of the World Bank, and that's what we talked about, which was, you know, it's great to have the skilling, but unfortunately, if the opportunity is not there, we have a generation that is further despaired. And we know what happens when a generation has further despair. So it is critical that the public sector partners up and focuses, and we all just focus on what we do best. And what is clear, especially with the budgetary situation that we're all going through, is that it is not possible to just do what we're doing now, but X% less well. What is essential is that we double down on our respective strengths and then collaborate to achieve our, joint mission.
Thank you. So I suppose that brings up the gnarly question of money. We're in a global environment where this is not a happy story at the moment. We're seeing all sorts of fluctuations, all sorts of difficulties. Nick, you've got 5 minutes to solve it. Perhaps that's a bit challenging. But from a VC perspective, and thinking about entrepreneurship, innovation, startups, this is where some of the potential is being expanded. Where are the VC dollars going in education technology? First question. And second question, what is AI doing in the startup world in this area?
Certainly, and I think the lens that I can look at this question through is one of data. So I'll be, as a VC should, talking about some numbers. And then the opportunity that comes out of those numbers. We're entering a new paradigm where IQ is equally distributed, and that's going to create a fundamental shift in how we learn and do our jobs. And from a VC perspective, that looks like an enormous opportunity. Let's be frank. There's a huge opportunity here to help millions of people, billions of people at scale, and create a financial return. And I think it's while sectors like fintech and biotech have been, the darlings of venture capital, I think the time has come now for the future of learning and work to take center stage. So let's look at the data first of all. What's driving this? So there are three main issues if you look at the data: workforce productivity, recruitment and career, and then education support for families. So if you look at workforce productivity, 45% of roles could be partially or fully automated. There could be, conservatively, 1.5 to 3 times potential productivity, or even more if you look at your latest report, which was excellent, by the way. And 300 million will need to be retrained. Recruitment and career navigation. So we're going to have to enable new models to delegate work to offshore employees and to AI, delegating to AI. There's a monetization possibility in the 6 times number of increased job transitions that are going to occur over the next decade, and responding to the misuse of AI in job applications. And then lastly, education and support for families, which is critical. So there's a 200 million shortage of university places. NEOM will solve some of that. There's a 56 million global teacher shortage, and there's a shortage of nursery places globally. So there's the data. So, but how does a VC respond to that? So in the past, VCs talked about EdTech. A 300 to 500 billion market, Coursera, Chegg, 2U. They're not doing so well right now. That's old EdTech. But what that's been replaced with is a new market of learning, navigating your career, and then working differently, which is a 1.5 trillion category that's emerged from nowhere over the past 2 years. And so if you look at this specifically, you've got the learn segment, AI solutions that lower the costs and increase the quality of learning. So you've got tech for young families, 300 billion, K-12, where people are unhappy with what's happening at school, they're supplementing that. That's a 24 billion category. And educator co-pilots, it's 39 billion already. And you've got people like Ladder in mental health, who just raised 100 million, and people like Solvly, who went to 10 million in their first year of operation of ARR. Fundamental change in learn. Navigate your career. So AI is matching talent faster, it's improving efficiency and quality of some of life's most important decisions, your career. So career navigation is an 84 billion market, talent sourcing is 140 billion, and talent assessment and selection is 22 billion. You look at TACO in Brazil, that just raised from A16Z, changing that landscape, and people like Pop are leaning in here, doing things so differently. And lastly, work. AI is cutting knowledge workers' costs and driving enterprise automation, and it's empowering individuals to do more with less. So you've got workforce development, which is a 440 billion category, knowledge management, 560 billion category, and workforce augmentation, a new category of 17 billion. And you've got people like Robin, the UK legal company, who just raised 25 million, Suki in healthcare, changing mental health at scale, and then people like Mendo, that enable people to use ChatGPT properly by popping up within ChatGPT. And if you put all that together, I think, as in your second question, what does all this mean? And I think what AI is doing, it's against people, product, and opportunity. It's bringing different entrepreneurs, higher quality ones, into the sector. We've never seen before the quality of entrepreneur that we are now seeing in learning and navigating your career companies. Product, it's blurring the lines between edtech, HR tech, and productivity. You will no longer have Coursera with thousands and thousands of learning modules. You know, now that is combined with onboarding and also with productivity, time saving. There's a blurring of the lines there. And the opportunity, why are people not buying Coursera or Chegg or 2U? They would have done 10 years ago. It's because the new companies are disrupting the market so fast, they can't fight. There's no point buying a large incumbent and restructuring it, because the new people coming in are growing so fast and disrupting this entire market. And the big flip, the fundamental shift is, for the last 50 years, strategically, we've put tech around people, and that's going to change. We now have to put the people around the technology that we choose. We'll choose our technology first as an organization and choose the right people and the right jobs to support the technology, not the other way around. And in the future, if there are entrepreneurs in the room, the advice is, you know, where IQ is distributed, what happens is the ABCD, as we call it, but be more agile, focus on brand, focus on cost. This isn't a SaaS market, because your cost per user is more expensive as you scale. That will drop over time. And lastly, data is your moat. You know, if you're an entrepreneur, get that. You're not going to have a technology advantage, so you better have a data advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. So what we've seen here is the implications for a number of different sectors. It's unclear. It's volatile. We're looking at different things that might happen in different ways, and the responses might change according to the developments as we see them. Dr. Elhamat, if I can ask you from a government perspective, how does a government respond to this? Where do you put your energy? Where do you put your big bets? And how do you move forward?
Okay. Well, the implication of AI transformation on government or for government is definitely profound. It's not a technological shift, it's a governance transformation. So government needs to evolve from service providers into more intelligent enablers. We definitely see today what the challenges that AI is presenting on policies and workforce structures, on social or societal contracts. But with the same time, with those challenges, it's introducing to us tools to manage and to reimagine these acts. If I think AI, governments look at AI as it enable and embed, let's say, agility into their regulations. It embeds or compel us to embed transparency into data. It compels us to embed equity into access. So governments need to look into AI instead of just regulating it, into integrating it and deploying it into all of whether it's education, whether it's workforce structuring, and others. Government, if you talk to someone recently, they will tell you that in a very short time, when you have a meeting with 5 people, most likely 2 of them will be robots. Mm-hmm. Thus, government, we need to look into how government needs to look how to empower their ecosystems to where they combine and work or enable people and machine to work together and thrive together. And that's where the emphasis should be. We should not isolate people from machine. They need to look at them working together and thriving together.
Okay. Well, and can I ask, from a government perspective, the idea of maybe the technology first and then people second, and thinking about what we have to do with our people to enable them to do that. We've seen already that teachers are falling behind in terms of their ability to engage with AI. It's very hard to expect them to use it well, sufficiently well to be able to teach with it. What do we do first from a government perspective to enable our people, whether it's in government or in society, to succeed?
Well, government, I'll tell you what we're doing in Saudi. In Saudi, we are focusing, there is a lot of work has been done into data investment. We're investing in a lot of data. We are investing in a lot of digital education, digital health, and so on. But what we are really focusing on now is how to do a holistic strategy, an AI holistic strategy that enable these sectors to work together and perform together. So our target is not only efficiency, but excellence. And that's a different purpose.
Thank you very much. And Lord McConnell, the same question perhaps, and if you can expand out a little bit from your experience, where do you see government playing in this area?
Well, I think in the basic education infrastructure, whether that is in workforce learning or whether it's in schools or whether it's in universities, the basic components don't change because there has been technological change, that you have to have an idea of what you want to teach, which is the curriculum, what are your objectives. You have to have an idea of how to assess that, and you have to have the teaching profession, which may well include some robots coexisting, but a teaching profession that can actually teach to that potential. So curriculum, assessment, teaching. And that's the basic framework that governments have to follow. And I think quite possibly the 2 biggest challenges in that are that normally as governments and as educational institutions around the world, we take many, many years to make changes to curriculum, to make changes to assessment. And we're going to have to do that much, much more quickly in this new age. So agility becomes absolutely critical. And we're going to have a teaching workforce that was trained for a completely different era. And therefore, there's going to need to be a teacher retraining program professional development program across every developed education system in the world over the course of the next 5 years, not 10 years, probably 5 years. But on top of that, and we maybe don't have time to go into this today, but I think that Taha's point about the inequity with the Global South means that there is a massive potential to jump generations of educational development, but again, the ability of teachers, maybe robots, given the teacher shortage, maybe some online, individual tutoring work or whatever, but to develop in the developing world education systems that can cope with this change and realise the potential, I think is a whole other massive challenge as well. The one other thing I would say, though, on that point is that there is a duty on governments to try and ensure social cohesion in their own countries, as well as internationally. And while I think the gap could narrow or it could widen internationally, it could also widen or narrow inside countries. And we already see the impact, I think particularly across the developing world at the moment, of gaps between the well-educated metropolitan populations that have a particular outlook on life and those communities that feel left behind, where young people perhaps don't have the opportunities their parents had in smaller towns or in rural areas. We see that in the United States most graphically, but we also see it across Western Europe, across parts of Asia and elsewhere. And I think that in tackling this issue, we need to be very careful that we don't exacerbate that problem. So we need to look at how technological change in education could liberate and incentivize those left behind communities to engage in this educational revolution and potentially transform their lives and their opportunities as well.
This doesn't sound like tweaking. This sounds like wholesale change, which is going to be expensive and it's going to be difficult. Are our governments around the world or in your area of experience ready and willing to pay for this?
I think I do quite a bit of work on education in some of the poorest countries in the world, and I think that governments there are willing to look at this change but don't have the resources yet to engage fully with it, and I think Taha makes good points about that. Perhaps there are opportunities for those with finance in that area. I think in the UK, for example, students and teachers are desperately keen to embrace the change. I think government's still slow to fully engage with it, trying to deal with the problems of yesterday, the school buildings, the number of teachers, the balance in the curriculum and so on, rather than deal with the fact that this is all coming down the track at a terrific speed. I spoke to some teachers in preparation for coming here today, back in the UK over the weekend, and they are already using AI in their classrooms. They're saving time on lesson plans. They're liberating themselves to have more time to teach and less time spent preparing and assessing because they can use AI with those elements. But they have had absolutely no guidance from government on what the framework is to operate within. So governments need to get with the program here. They have to get moving quickly, I think, on curriculum and assessment and teacher retraining. But in the meantime, let's liberate the teachers to have more time to be with their pupils and their students, and let the pupils and students who are already far ahead of the institutions, the governments, and the teachers, let them realise their potential.
Thank you. So, Professor Charles, there's a lot of we've got to teach people differently. Teachers need to do this. I feel like the private sector might pick up some interesting area where there's profit to be made and there's opportunity, but a lot of this is focused now down towards the teacher. So from a university perspective, how does a university respond to this growing pressure that you've got to do something different?
All right, so let me start by pointing out, you asked a question, the appetite of governments for change. And I don't think that this is what's motivating the changes that are taking place in the US right now. But the chaos that is being engendered by the current administration is going to topple this fragile structure that we've had. And out of that chaos, potentially, Phoenix-like might come change. So the US might not have the appetite for it, but they're going to get the sort of change that you're looking at. I think the place we start at a university level is to recognize that the faculty who teach all have PhDs. And the PhD is a research degree. And you get trained to be an expert in a narrow area. You study that for a number of years. You write a dissertation on it. When you're hired to teach at a university, you maintain that expertise by doing research, and the principle is that that is good for your student because they're learning cutting-edge material. But what that means is that faculty at a university are as flat-footed as the rest of society when it comes to AI. So even in teacher colleges, we're too busy doing our research and focusing on the way I was trained, and I blow off the notes that I was taught with, and that's how I'm teaching. And so the fact that the needs of the student and the way the students are being prepared isn't top of mind for the faculty member. The incentives simply aren't right for the faculty member. So I think, if I think long term, one of the first things that has to change is the way we educate the educators that are going to teach the students. The PhD has to change. It's a professional degree, and if the profession is in education, then it can't just be a research degree. It has to be a degree that teaches you how to teach. Okay, and so that's the first place that I think that the university needs to focus on, is how are they preparing the next generation of teachers. Now that takes time, right? Even if I changed it today, it's 6 years to get the PhD, and then they have to get into the university. So right now I've got this workforce at universities that are focused on research, are flat-footed on this, and what universities have to do is get up to speed. The leadership at the university must commit to the sorts of changes that we're talking about, and they have to reskill the faculty themselves. They have to take time out. They have to incentivize the faculty to change the way they're teaching, to grasp the, this fundamental change that is coming at them. And that's a big deal, because right now, prestige at universities is based around research. It isn't based around teaching. And so the commitment by the president and the provost and deans and department chairs has to be very large. And even they have to be incentivized to see that this is not just good for society, it's good for their careers. So that's the first thing that I think has to happen. We also were talking earlier about what governments can do to make a difference, and that I think you will drive the sorts of changes that we're interested in seeing through accreditation changes. And you have to approach that very carefully. You know, what is a well-trained MD today, lawyer today, architect? You know, those standards are going to change. We're working with standards that were developed in the previous century, and they're less and less relevant now. But you have to change those standards carefully, because if the doctor's bad, or the engineer's bad, or the architect's bad, people die. And so that's very difficult to change what it means to be an MD or a doctor. So the government has to figure out how to work with the professional bodies and the accrediting bodies. And that's what governments, I think, need to do. One of the key things is to come up with the ability to experiment with or think about accrediting standards, so that faculty can then change the way they're teaching. The curriculum can change to prepare students to be successful in their careers.
Fantastic, thank you. Can we move to the K-12 sector then? And similar question, how do schools need to change, and what does that mean for this pressure on teachers? How do we help them?
Yes, we have to train them. And if we were basically back to the pandemic, most of the training went into how to use tools. Okay, and probably that was what we had to do at the time, but it's not enough. We have to train teachers on how to use technology, what for. And what I mean by that is, for instance, real-time feedback. That's very important for learning for students. If they really believe that's important, they will use one tool or the other, and it doesn't really matter. But they will understand by then why they are using technology. And I think we should be focusing on what for and why we are using technology, because many teachers got very frustrated after the COVID because tools keep changing all the time. So they felt that they had to start all over again. So that's one thing I think we should be focusing on. And the other one is what are the skills we want our children to have? And I'm don't buy the idea of the digital natives because children are very good playing with devices, playing with tools, but in many cases, they don't really know what they're doing. And they are children. I mean, we have to teach them on the dangers of sharing information or how to identify the right sources of information. And it has to be taught, and it has to be taught by teachers. And teachers need to know how to do it. So to me, that kind of training is key.
Perfect. Thank you. And you bring up a very relevant and useful point. In the era of digital natives, how do we protect young people against, or how do we train them in the healthy use of technology, and who's in charge of that? Who's responsible for it?
Before we go into that, I want to make a statement. Technology is only meaningful when it enhances humanness. So you mentioned about what's first. Technology first? No, children has to be first. The current tech environment, investment environment, I think it's this simple promise has not been kept. That's why we see so many, 70% of children are in cyber risk. So given that, I really want to echo your point. When I work with OECD, we developed digital literacy as one of the fundamental foundational capability next to literacy and numeracy. That was one of my small contributions to the OECD. That was 2016-17. Korea, one of the fastest innovative education system. Do you know when they put that into the national curriculum? 2022. It's a 5 years gap. And that was a time I supported Korean government. You saw from yesterday's screen about this digital competency, and they put the cyber safety as a first. Yes, I actually made some support on that, but it's still not in the full curriculum in Korea right now. So look at the time gap. Look at this time gap. So it is not that we do not have a framework, we do not have education. It is incompetency of government. I'm sorry, Minister, but we have to really say that if we do not speed up right now, young people do not wait. So I worked with the World Economic Forum from 2017 to 2020. We called it DQ Every Child. We helped young people, 12 years old, to teach them about digital literacy. Whole point is that help them to have an agency to minimize cyber risk by themselves with the critical reasoning, and then also same time they have a digital fluency. So we want more people like him, right? So while I'm working on that, I learned one very important factor. It is not data, it is not money that determines about this. It is about young people, teachers, NGO leaders, who just do not care about anything else and just dedicated their life to make a difference. So I realized that before, I'm also part of academic. I was part of supporting all these fancy organizations and all this. I thought that that's what is needed. But I learned in a hard way, it is not it. It is not money, it is not data, it is not technology, it is people who have a heart, who have an agency, who want to make a difference. So, answering your question, yes, we have a curriculum, we have all these problem, and we can bring the cost 1%. With generative AI, we have a tool to make all this education 100 times faster at 1%. I'll be happy to support any country, any organization who wants to adopt it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And a good challenge. Thank you very much. Okay, so I mean, that sort of covers the the discussion around what's happening, who it impacts, and how various different organizations and elements of the ecosystem can respond. We now have 1 minute each, and this is the quick fire round. I'd really like to get your views on immediate next steps, because we can all walk out of here with a discussion that sounded nice and doesn't go anywhere. But somebody's got to do something, and they've got to do it today, because otherwise we're going to miss an opportunity, the skills gap will widen, we've got issues around inequity and so on. So from your angles and from your perspectives, and we'll go around the table this way, starting with you, Taha, what immediate concrete action can be taken today in order to improve tomorrow?
Join our AI Alliance for Youth Fluency. So if you're a Fortune 500 or a large NGO foundation or government, come on board alongside some of the most well-recognized brands, and we're moving very fast at scale to make sure that no one is left behind.
Thank you very much.
I hope that was not too self-promotionary.
What's the benefit?
So if you're a corporate, there's three reasons. One, your future talent pools or pipelines, which is obvious. Two, a little bit less obvious, but just as important, societal cohesion. You know, if inequality really accentuates the way we describe nationally or internationally, the game will stop at some point. And then finally, from a marketing perspective, there are 2 billion Gen Zers, Gen Alphas, so you can't ignore them. They're highly distracted, they do not trust brands, and they are very anxious about their financial futures. So if you help them, when no one else will, getting a better livelihood, they will not just be your fans, they will be your evangelists. And I am an evangelist of the person who gave me my first internship, which is Standard Chartered. If you're here, thank you very much. I will never forget that chance.
Perfect, thank you. Lord McConnell. One action.
Just one.
2 actions in a minute.
Okay. An emergency review of curriculum and assessment with values at its core, but with a clear deadline. I would suggest within 2 years. Running parallel to that, an emergency knowledge program on AI and other technologies for school teachers, followed by an emergency program of training in the new curriculum and assessment framework for them. And then finally, I would say an emergency program of electricity, stable, at scale, electricity generation in the global south that allows them to keep pace with the scale of technology that's going to be required to keep them even at the current gap with the global north.
Okay. A lot to be done. Okay, Dr. Elham?
That's a tough question.
Yep.
Well, in order for us really to lead smart cities, personalized education, digital health, we need to build an AI AI literate government workforce. That's a first. Second, I think we need also to have a public sector that is digitally fluent and ethically grounded. In addition, I think also we need to look into our civil servants who understand AI not just as from a policy point of view, or perspective, but from a capability lens. And lastly, we need to align AI with our values, our people, our future.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Nick,
Thank you.
what's your advice?
I'm going to put out a call to fund a company that doesn't exist yet, which if it did exist, would help, you know, millions, billions of people worldwide from a people perspective. So, what needs to be there? We need 3 things, I think. Learning and skills in the flow of work, data-driven matching, and some kind of tamper-proof skills portfolio. So, AI would deliver learning in the flow of work, okay, and continually upgrade your skills profile on the basis of the work you actually did. So you'll be working at PwC, and AI will be building your skills profile for you on the basis of you attending today, automatically, okay? And the micro-training you engage in, but it would happen automatically. Secondly, the corporate would use that data to then match you to skills gaps in the organization, and potentially, because it will be a corporate responsibility, to match you when your job becomes irrelevant or outdated by AI to opportunities outside the organization. And that will become a corporate responsibility to help retrain and reskill people and find them new jobs. And lastly, because you'll need it, is a tamper-proof skills portfolio. So using blockchain, but our skills will be modifying so quickly, and we're building up our micro-credentials in this new world. How will you show your skills passport to the people that will employ you next? And how can that be tamper-proof and immediately verified? If that company exists, we'd love to fund it.
Okay. There we go. Call to action for anybody around the room who's got a good idea. Professor Charles?
So I'm going to bring it down to a little bit smaller focus. I'm concerned that the solutions we're working on are very global, very large, and a deadline of 2 years to do a curriculum review sounds impossible in the United States in any case, okay? And so what I'm suggesting happens is that we begin to fund and look at new models of education and begin to work on examples of where this new education can make a difference in how we prepare teachers, how we prepare professors, and then how we build a curriculum that enables students to be successful. And I think that requires a lot of work with the government. Just an exemplar program needs a lot of work with the government to know what the assessment criteria will be. So if you experiment with it, will it be accredited? Right? That sort of things needs to happen. You need to work with the private sector to know what you want to teach and what are these new skills, and do you need a chemical engineer, or do you need a lawyer, or do you need something else by some definition that's going forward. So I don't think the models are necessarily obvious in how we're going to educate the next generation, and I think we need to begin to develop specific examples.
Thank you very much. Gonzalo?
I think I would promote the use of data in education, because I think the difference is how we use those tools, and that's what is going to make the big difference. And I think we are going to make mistakes along the way, so we need to identify them very early on and to really find out what is really working and transfer those to other realities.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Dr. Park, you gave us the challenge. What's the solution?
Okay, so if you're a parent, don't give smartphone without teaching them about digital citizenship. Mm-hmm. They need to be able to be a responsible and safe, ethical digital citizen before they get online. So my kids, actually we developed DQ tests for digital citizenship tests. So I told them, if you don't pass 115, no mobile phone for you. Right? So that was when they were 10, 11, 12. So that's for the parental perspective. But if you're government, 8 to 12 years old is golden time to rescue. Ensure digital citizenship education is in place in primary education. Average kids age 10, they have their smartphone. And when they have a smartphone, when they have a social media, probability that likelihood they get involved with cyber risk jump 20% more. So ensure you have digital citizenship, comprehensive quality education in place. That's our responsibility, our mission. So we called it DQ Every Child, whatever you call, let's work together, ensure our children are protected, but more than protected, let them thrive.
Thank you. So we've set out some of the challenges and the opportunities of AI transformation for the education system. We've defined the response from different sectors, and I think we've laid out here and articulated some of the immediate priorities that different stakeholders can take. I'd like to thank our guests and our incredible panelists for that discussion, and all of you in the room for listening. And we look forward to seeing these getting turned into reality tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
3 minutes' time. It's on the extremely hot topic of leadership. And I'm sure many of you obviously are leaders yourself, or of course are involved in organizations with your leadership. And it's going to be a dialogue, and that dialogue hopefully is two ways, because we really, really want to hear from you as well today. You have a wealth of experience sat at this table. You certainly don't want to just hear my voice for the next hour asking questions. So please, there is no question that's too simple, hopefully no question that's too hard. If there is, I'll pass that along very quickly. And if you'd like to ask it in English or Arabic, then you are more than welcome. We're here for you, and we're here to ensure that you get the maximum out of this session in the next hour. So, what are we going to be discussing in the leadership dialogue? Well, many, many things. As you know, the theme for today is beyond readiness. So we're not going to be just talking about what we're doing now, but hopefully talking about what we're doing now to prepare us for the future, and the things that need to be in place, the things that need to be invested in to enable you to be led by people that you look up to and want to follow at the end of the day. We're going to look at it in a global context, because we're super lucky to have people from around the world here. And we're also going to look at it from a public and a private sector perspective as well. How things have evolved, what are the unprecedented challenges that we have, and of course opportunities as well, because that is super, super important. Just to give you some numbers, because they are fairly massive when we think about leadership and reskilling, we have nearly 1 billion jobs requiring reskilling by 2030, and 75% of employers are struggling to find those workers that can indeed work in these sectors. So it is imperative for leadership to understand this transformation. We know in the Kingdom it is alive and kicking. They are hosting HCI, Human Capability Initiative, for that very reason. But everybody globally and wherever you're based needs to try and get slightly ahead of the curve, or at least be keeping up with it. So that's what we're going to discuss, and we're going to try and unpack it. I can't guarantee it's going to be in this order, but we're going to try and unpack about 5 key things. Redefining leadership, what does it mean now and of course for the future? Building those adaptive ecosystems, forging meaningful cross-sector partnerships, of course technology, the role of that, and AI and all the rest of it, and actually measurement, measuring what matters and figuring out what matters to see what makes a successful leadership. So that's what we're going to be up to. So let me now introduce you to who is sat around the table. We have Dr. Ghada Al-Rifi. She is the Dean of CAPSOC, School of Public Policy, here based in Saudi Arabia. She's just flown in from Tokyo, so round of applause. And she has a lot to talk, not just about the local, but of course, international context as well. We have Dr. Jay Bevington. He is a partner and CEO and board of directors at Heidrick & Struggles, a premier placement agency. So he is at the sharp end, the end of the tunnel, when we've trained and we've been to business school and we want those high-paying jobs. No pressure, Jay. And Dr. Shamla Shetty, the CEO of Duke Corporate Education, here from the United States. So round of applause for Shamla. And Kevin Delaney, the CEO and editor-in-chief of CharterWorks, again from across the pond there in the US. Then we're zooming over to Europe, to Spain. We have Professor Mark Fritz. He is the leadership and specialist and professor at IE University in Spain. Obviously an independent leadership expert as well. Lots of experience, so don't forget those questions. And of course, Patricia Riera as well, the founder of Inclusionism. Super important topic today, an adjunct professor, an academic director, also at IE Business School in Spain. And stood right next to me is Christian. He's got to contend with all my messy papers being thrown all over the place. We have Dr. Christian Schmeichel, SVP and Global Head of People and Culture at a massive company. You know it well. It's on your desktops, SAP in Germany. So, super excited to have you all here. And I kind of want to start with the question of leadership in its broadest context. And I'm thinking, Jay, he said, please don't put the pressure on me. But as I said, you're the end product of leadership and what it means. So when you're placing these leaders globally, what are you seeing in demand from a leader?
So I think globally what we're seeing that's in demand is leaders that get results, but in the right way. So to do that in a values-based way, to do that in a sustainable way. So yes, of course, results are obviously important, profitability is important, but to achieve that on a sustainable basis, to keep the organisation viable is what we're seeing, and we've seen for a while now.
So we're going to dig in a little bit more on that, not right now, but in terms of what are those results? Because obviously we're thinking about cash, we're thinking about bonuses, we're thinking about the bottom line, but we all know that this discussion is way more than that. So Sharmila, from your perspective, expert in leadership as well, spending many years creating future leaders, what are you seeing?
So thank you so much for the question. I think I'm an evolving, learning person, because the way the world is going right now, we constantly need to learn and adapt. So I also want to say that I'm a South African living in London and working in the US. That is already complex, right? So the whole notion about leadership, we are facing a very difficult time in history, meaning that the skills that we have right now fundamentally changes all the time. We as leaders need to be in the moment, evolving in the moment. It is not per se around skilled. It is how are we adapting and being in the moment? How are we actually learning and having that mindset to help? If you think about geopolitics, are we teaching leaders around stakeholders right now? Are we teaching leaders around trust? Because business used to trust. Now it has shifted to society. Where is the trust equation? And how does that fundamentally become part of who we are? I think for me it is leadership. The piece around this is that purpose-led leadership is important, but tech-enabled leadership, because we cannot allow the digital gap to become bigger and bigger. So being in the moment, really leaning in and saying, how do we become part of this moment?
So yeah, you've given us some really big words to explore there. Adaptability, trust is at the basis of every relationship, be it inside or outside the workplace. But I'm wondering, Dr. Gada, if you could sort of set some context for the region here. I know, of course, your perspective is international as well, but you've got a School of Public Policy, so right from the top, you are starting to hopefully imbue these leadership skills. So what's on your agenda when you're looking at this topic?
Well, at our school, the CAPSARC School of Public Policy, we're working a lot with government leaders, developing leaderships within government. One of the important aspects that we look in is ethics. Ethics is very important in business and government, and ethics today is much more important than it's ever been before. With AI, with the technical developments, ethics is even more important. Other thing is building the self-awareness of a leader. It's very important to be aware, especially with the pressures we have today, and with having Gen Z coming into work, and with all of those different conflicts, being able to build that self-awareness during those pressures is very important. Looking at contextual differences as leadership, there is leadership theories, there is fundamentals that leadership should be developed by, but at the same time there is some technical skills are lacking. That maybe it's contextually different, in addition to other behavior aspects that are looking at different contexts are a little bit different. Thank you.
So let's put our hands up in the room, because I can see a lot of you Gen Z already. Hands up, Gen Z, come on. I know I'm firmly not. How many Gen Zs? Yeah, some of us want to be, right? Are you getting an unfair rap at the moment? Do people want to see you as demanding? Let's come back to that, and you can have your say, right, in terms of what kind of leadership you want for your generation. Okay, but before we get to that, Patricia, I want to kind of throw the cat amongst the pigeons slightly and say we've been talking about leadership an awfully long time. And on the
Yes.
front line, sometimes some of us in the room might be thinking, not quite as much change as maybe we would like to see over that period of time.
Yeah. So I think from when we look at data, when we look at research, not just academic research, but we look at the research done by a lot of consulting firms or research houses, we can see that we actually haven't moved that much when it comes to the quality of leadership on organizations. And, you know, just labor, International Labor Organization tells us that 1 out of 4 people does not feel valued at work. 1 out of 5 is discriminated and harassed. We know that only 23% of global workforce is actually fully engaged, which means 77% does not go above and beyond. They are quiet quitters, and that's both organizational and individual problems. So let's not put it on organizations. But I think if you think about the future, and if we really want to change it, and we're so focused on digital transformation and AI taking over, then I think we need to shift a little bit why. One, how are we educating our leaders for the future? And what kind of skills we're actually requiring. And the human touch is going to be way more important than anything else. So yes, we do need tech savviness or at least tech curiosity in our leaders, because if they're not tech curious, they're not going to help their people to implement technology in their everyday work. And that's important. We all know that. If we don't, we are behind, we're not going to win. But another thing is really bringing that human element, that humanity into this digital age. And I would say that one of the big things that we are fighting right now, or we are discovering that we will be fighting in the future, is loneliness. So there's something about how can we create organizations that are using digitalization, they are using technology, they are implementing AI, but are still community and focus on us as humans. So I think that's going to be really, really important. Another thing that I think is very important that we're not talking about right now is that we will need to be ready to take decisions on every leadership level. It's not only the top that needs to take decisions. We have so much more data coming into every level of organization, and we need to be able to read the data, analyze the data, and make decisions on the spot. It doesn't go to the top. So there's something on a structural level that needs to change, but we also, in the way we are analyzing the data and take risks every day, will shift completely.
And I think it's really good to set that context that leadership isn't at the top. It's a bit like yesterday, I was doing lifelong learning, and sometimes, definitely not now, but we used to think that education was something you left behind when you left university. Some of us were glad, some of us, like to carry on, but that's not a choice anymore. And as you say, leadership is not a choice to just sit at the top of an organization. It permeates down, because people don't, I know it's an old-fashioned phrase, but people do not leave the organization, they leave their boss. So that leader lower down is super, super important. I want to bring you in on this, Mark, because we were chatting earlier on, and I was so harsh with Mark, I have to say. I said, right, tell me your 4 key points in about 5 minutes. And when you ask a professor to distill down a thought into 4 key points in literally 5 minutes, that shows the level of expertise. So I thank you for honoring us with that here today. But one of the comments you made, which was incredibly interesting, is you said that leaders need to be context providers, not content. And that really comes off very well what Patricia said there, that yes, be tech curious, yes, use tech, but you have to still be able to have context to be able to use that tech wisely.
Absolutely. I mean, in its simplest form, leadership is enabling others to deliver by themselves, either individually or as a team, or else the leader has to be around to tell them what to do. And you need a leader to be able to frame a context so that people can make better choices by themselves, keep moving forward. Because if they can't deliver by themselves, your competitor will deliver by themselves and go right by you. So I think it's about creating that context. If you think about AI, what you type into AI is context. What you get back is content. Content will be easier in the world in the future. It's context which frames the choices that people make along that way. And so the most important context is where and why. Where are we going? Why are we going there? And then also, if you think about it, if you have your people delivering more on their own, leadership is about aligning people and working on the culture that enables everybody to work effectively together and having that ethics and values as a foundation for that. And so we have to be better at explaining where and why at every level of the organization in the future.
And you used that word effective, and no pressure, Kevin, because you used that word for me as well. And I think that's what it boils down to, is how do you lead teams effectively? Now, what does effectively mean? As you say, you're giving us some context there. But what's your take on that?
Well, so I have two thoughts. One is a former colleague of mine, Sam Walker at the Wall Street Journal, studied the sports dynasties over the last 200 years, roughly, across all sports. These are sports teams that won multiple seasons in a row. They won the championships. And the thing that differentiated these successful teams was not the amount of money they had. It wasn't that they had star players. It actually was the quality of the captain of these sports teams. And this is teams he looked like if you follow NBA basketball, it's like the Boston Celtics in the 1950s when Bill Russell was this amazing basketball captain. And when you think about it, the captain, and this connects to what a few of the points that have already been made, but what the captain does is the person who's in charge during the course of play. It's when the players step on the field. And so effective leadership, it looks like communication. It looks like not knowing the answer, but actually facilitating people to perform the best that they're possible. And often the captains are actually not the most glamorous in Sam's study of sports teams. They weren't the highest scorers. They weren't always the offensive attackers. They were often defensive players. A lot of times they weren't the most liked players. They were a bit polarizing in some cases. But they were the people who, in the moment, were actually giving feedback to their colleagues and supporting them and working with them. So I think that the team captain at lots of different levels is a good model for the sort of fluid business context and leadership context that we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, you're reminding me of Sir Alex Ferguson there. You don't always necessarily hear what he wants to say, but hopefully it's going to make the team better overall.
Yeah.
Christian, you are at the sharp end, SAP corporation, massive corporation. When it comes to leadership, I know you've talked about tech and the human touch and that sense of belonging. When you're crafting those work plans for leadership and the future of employment, what's kind of on that list?
Absolutely, and I think what we just heard is that this list is quite long, right? I think the demands for leaders, this is getting more challenging. So I think as a corporation and as organizations in general, we need to support our leaders, right? To get future ready for their organization, but also for themselves. And I feel that list, right, that is probably quite long, what you can do as an organization to support leaders. But to start off with, it's first of all listening to the organization, getting a good feel and pulse of the organization. So kind of having a continuous listening strategy, knowing where the organization stands, what is on top of people's minds, what is concerning, where do you need to course correct. I think that's, for me, the starting point. And then what we are currently seeing is a lot of focus also on health, safety, and well-being. And not just only on the physical health side of the house, but also on the mental health side of the house. And here it has been interesting to see how things have been evolving over the last couple of years, while in particular during the pandemic, people had a hard time very often, right? People felt lonely, organizations were trying to support them. Fun fact, at SAP we were kind of creating a mindfulness practice. So right, maybe 10 years ago, this was considered as being something esoteric, if you will. But all of a sudden, there's a huge, huge demand. Everyone is looking for that and is trying to get equipped here for this kind of stressful situation. So there is a helping hand needed for leaders and organizations to carry people through these kind of challenging times. And I think this is where corporations, organizations in general, can make a huge difference.
Okay, I'm going to see if anyone's got any questions, because I said in number one, I'm testing myself here, that we were going to redefine leadership for the future. And I'm going to come back to the panel in 1 second and get you to say it in one word. A lot of you have already. So far, little test here, I've heard that a leader should have adaptability and trust from Shamla. Ethics, we heard about that. Be tech curious. Have the human touch in line with AI. Guess what? They should be able to listen as well. Active listening. We know that's very much an underrated skill. As my eldest brother always says, you've got 2 ears and 1 mouth, Sarah, and that is for a reason. And engagement, and as Christian was saying, a helping hand as well, and fundamentally feeling valued. in your workplace, something that's so, so important and overlooked. And it doesn't come down to money, as you were saying. It doesn't come back to the title. It comes down to a simple thank you when you've done some work, or a little bit of recognition from what you've done. And I can see a lot of you nodding on that. And we all know in points in our career where maybe that kind word would have made a huge difference. So I want to throw it out to you next in terms of, and please don't be shy because we don't bite, we're super friendly. Anybody want to make a comment about leadership that they've seen, or have a question for the panel so far? We have a gentleman here. He looks familiar. I can't remember your name. If you could all say your name and organisation, it will help the panellists to curate their answers to you. We just need to turn that on. Sorry, 1 second.
Yep. Good. Okay.
Please stand up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Kavi Chawla with Foresight Economics. Number one, The Captain Class is a great book. Barcelona is a great example of that happening, right? Their dynasty in football. I really appreciate your comments, Mark. And I guess my biggest question is, how do you distinguish between leadership and authority? Because there's a lot of research that says leadership is an activity, whereas authority is a position, right? And I think that's an interesting dynamic, especially for younger generations trying to understand their role in leadership. So I'd appreciate the panel's comments.
And maybe I'll go back to, oh no, we got this one. That is a super, super important question, and it's something that's been talked about a lot recently, and it's a very, I don't want to say obvious question, but it is an obvious but extremely good question. So who wants to take that, knowing the difference between authority and true leadership? Shamla's got her hand. She's going to go straight out of the gate, but don't worry, we've got plenty of time to discuss this one.
So this is quite interesting. For me, it is around, firstly, we should not equate leadership with authority, right? That's the first thing. I think we must equate it with adapting, to resilience, to care, to leading in. We need to change this, because what is authority? Taking control. So if we have the mindset, we need to start now. Change the equation. Because when we start framing it, it puts us into a box. And we don't want to be put into a box, especially now. Right?
Yes,
So
no boxes,
I think
no.
I just kind of want to make a comment, and I'm sure my panelists have some.
Yeah, dive on in. No boxes, no boundaries. Mark's smiling. He's like, yeah.
Leadership is really, it's an enabler. You're enabling, and you're trying to push decision-making as far down as you can go. And what happens in today's world is we don't trust everybody 100% to make the right decision. So we say, okay, I'm not going to delegate it all, I'm going to take it. But if we put boundaries around things, we can push a lot more things down. And if we're allowing them to make decisions, we're growing future leaders faster. And so I think we need to be pushing it down. We need to create role models at every level of the organization so they aspire to where the leader they need to be for the future. When I started leading, I had role models that were just total micromanagers because the world was simple enough to do that. The world is no longer simple. If you can't be waiting for the boss to tell you what to do, you have to enable the workforce, which means you have to give them enough information that they can make more decisions on their own, take action on their own, and they can influence others on their own. Because the leader can't be the Band-Aid and cover all the conflict around everywhere. People have to work through that themselves as well. So I think the leader should be the chief enabler. CEO, chief enabler.
Yeah, I know, let's dive in, but I want people to put their hands up. Who feels that they could do with a little bit more freedom in their day-to-day job? Anybody here? Obviously, it's not because your bosses don't trust you. I'm not saying that, so don't put up your hands. It's no disrespect to your bosses and your leaders, but do you feel like you've got enough leadership? People feel they've got enough freedom? Anybody? Yes, there's a few nods. Yes, which is great. It's great to see. And a lot of that is coming from people based here locally in the Gulf, which is also good to see. So your perspective on this authority versus leadership, because it was a very old-fashioned model that seems to have been shed here in the Gulf.
There is a term that I got across. It's called moral leadership. So there is a lot of, so authority is a tool that leaders use. However, if you are a moral leader, you would inspire people, they would have a shared vision, and you would be able to lead them to this vision. So it's reflecting back on some of the things that people around the table mentioned, that, it's inspiring people, showing them the way, communicating well with them, showing them it's a safe environment for them to be able to do the work and not think about the conflicts, the politics, and other issues. And we have a lot of example in history where we have leaders that they have zero authority, but they led people. And it is because they had a vision, they were able to share it with their people, with their followers.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, despite the tag on the door, people just pick their leaders rather than the bosses inside an organization.
So, as we were talking, I'm thinking about two things. We are in the Middle East, and so I'm thinking about the leadership context here versus in the Western world, right? Europe or US. And, looking at cultural values, cultural intelligence, there is a importance of power distance, there's importance of hierarchies, and there's importance of following and respecting the people above. And so very much when we think about authority, that when I feel that I have authority, I have the power to take decisions and do things without right away consulting with others, right? And I think there's a level of figuring out what does that healthy leadership look like in our region, because it's also changing. So honoring the culture, honoring our people, our older leaders, but also coming with a little bit of a, you can call it a younger generation or younger way of looking at leadership. We need to find what works for us in this part of the world. I live in Dubai. I've lived in the Middle East for 10 years, and I can see how that plays out. When I told you, because I am your leader, I have the title. And I think we need to understand authority doesn't come with title. Power maybe comes without title, but authority comes with influence and empowerment. So these are two different things. But I think it's actually fascinating for us in this part of the world to figure it out, to actually be the designers of what good model of leadership looks for us here.
And I'm loving this conversation. I'm busy writing a list, so I will recap for everybody else when we finished at the end. But time is already unbelievably zooming on. I thought we had the wealth of time, and already we're at 25 minutes in. And I haven't even got to number 2 yet, which is building adaptive ecosystems. So I kind of wanted to bring Christian in on this, because one of the main interfaces people first have with an organization and the leadership is the HR department.
True.
And bless them, they have got a lot on their plate now. Not only have they got to get people in the door and deal with the other stuff they've always been dealing with, but now they have got to deal with technology and a fast-paced move in people's desires in the workplace and policies and procedures. So how is that part of the ecosystem evolving that you're seeing in SAP?
Absolutely, yes. And I think indeed exciting times to be in HR these days, that's for sure. And what we are seeing is that, leaders, organizations, employees, they need support. We need to come up with a good support infrastructure, if you will, to help drive that transformation, no matter in which geography we are more or less operating. And I think on the HR world right now, there is a couple of things. Number one, I think everyone appreciates that also the HR organization itself needs to evolve. So if you would like to drive a future of work agenda, you need to be ready as an HR function to drive these things. And this means, on one hand, of course, maybe evolving your digital backbone, right? I'm speaking on behalf of SAP, no question. But I mean, this is not about technology only. It's also about the skills in the HR organization. And that's fascinating, because in the past, as an HR organization, we were always focused on coming up with a talent strategy for the business. These days, equally important, we also need to have a talent strategy for HR itself. So we need to come up with a skills evolution for HR, and this means data-driven HR, digital HR, and this doesn't mean that one needs to be able to code software in the HR team. It's about knowing how to leverage the systems, how to leverage AI and all of that, and to be also agile as an HR organization, because the world is evolving so fast, we got to catch up with that. So it's also about coming up with new mindsets and also new operating models in HR to be ready to support this transformation.
And I want to come back to your point about do differently, think differently, because I think it slots in really well. But before they do that, I'm going to zoom on over to Kevin there. And flexible working, inclusion. Obviously, inclusion will always be here to stay, but flexible working, is that something that's slipping onto the back burner when we're changing systems? Because we saw such a big change in working operations during the pandemic, and now we're starting to see a sea change sometimes back again. Some might consider a backwards.
You know, I can speak best to the U.S. context, which is the market, you know, that I'm coming from. And what I would say there is that the research is very clear that a hybrid work setup for most white-collar workers, where that's possible, is actually the best configuration for both the workers and the employers in terms of retention, in terms of engagement, productivity, communication, basically everything that you measure. 3 or 4 days a week in the office is actually the ideal configuration. We've seen a number of chief executives in particular over the last few months who have, you know, among them the CEO of Amazon and some of the banks in the US who said that workers absolutely need to be in the office 5 days a week. But what we've observed, if you actually look at the attendance numbers, roughly 1/3 of US workdays are worked remotely, so they're worked from home. And that's been true for the last 2 or 3 years, roughly. It's stabilized at that. And if you look over the last few months, the numbers actually have not changed. They have not changed significantly. So despite the chief executive saying that people need to be in the office 5 days a week, the number of people who are in the office 5 days a week actually has not moved significantly. And there are a few reasons for that. One is, you know, it's better outcomes. The second thing is that people really value this. There's a survey of American workers, and roughly 1/3 of workers said that they would be willing to go on a labor strike if their employer tried to take their hybrid work setup away from them. So it's something that people actually value and are unwilling to give up. And as a result, I do think it's actually, you know, is gonna continue as a result of that.
And it probably messes with the big fundamental relationship of trust, because you were trusted to go out and work by yourself, and now maybe you're not trusted enough to work by yourself. So Sharmila, from your context, as you said, a very global perspective, these ecosystems that we're talking about, these building adaptive ecosystems, which way are they going globally?
I think right now organizations, depending on where they are in the maturity cycle, you know, as you shared, they are tech companies that have said, you know, back to work. There are other wellness organizations like Bank Assurance have said, you know, we do value people working from home, you know, creating the balance. But I don't think it's about working from home or coming back. How do you create a system that collaborates with the full ecosystem of the workers? I think that's the trick that organizations need to learn. And then I'm sure, Christian, you know this, because in lockdown, a lot of times that, you know, managers did not know how to deal with performance management virtually. You had to actually help them to say that you have to work with this. This is how you give performance feedback. So I think here, the whole notion about, you know, the worker life cycle, it is really thinking about how do we support and enable, how do we create systems to help the workers, you know, the workforce. It is, you cannot say you're wanting to let everybody work from home when you don't have the practices and processes to support that. So I think for me it is about, you know, if we talk about being inclusive, inclusive means if you want to create a sense of belonging, you have to look at the full spectrum of what belonging looks like. It's your practices, your processes, and also having performance coaches as well, helping the workforce differently around this.
And Dr. Gad, I'm going to come to you in a second because I think it's super important, because this is an important topic, and also the multicultural nature of organizations and what they need to bring in. And we do see that very much in the Gulf. But before that, I'm just going to go onto the live microphone because I want to do a little survey. And it's something that Patricia and Sharmila shared with me earlier on, and I was actually quite surprised. And when you think of undergrads, I think undergrads, was it? With the classes, maybe business school as well. What do you think is the most attended class? Anybody want to shout out what they think the most attended subscribed classes is? And this is from the school in the States, the school in Dubai and Spain, I think. Which is the favorite? And there's a commonality. Anybody want to guess?
And there is a waiting list.
And there's a waiting list. Hang on, I've got some guesses here.
Communication.
Communication. I love you for that, yes. But I'm going to tell you in a second.
Well, I was going to point. I would say future of work.
Future of work. Another good guess. Anybody else?
It could be consultancy.
How to be a consultant. Oh, hang on. I'm going to run round. Here we go, because I think this is super important.
Organization behavior.
Organizational behavior. Wow, there's some very, very good requests here.
Leadership.
Leadership. Oh, sorry, I can't hear all the way back there. 1 second. I'm going to take a couple more. Oh, here we go. He's going to help me out.
Well-being classes. The well-being.
Oh, well-being classes. Ah, one more, and then we're going to give you the answer.
Communication skills.
Communication skills. These are all really, really good guesses. But ladies, Patricia, Shamla, what are the most well-attended classes in your schools?
It's not at Duke or IE, but at Harvard Business School, the number one class to attend right now is the science behind happiness, and at IE, well-being classes. And honestly, I think it's actually pretty cool and scary at the same time.
So happiness and well-being classes are the ones that are most well-attended in Harvard. And Shamla, from your perspective?
I think it's wellness and happiness, and I think here creativity as well.
Yeah.
It's around creativity.
But can I just build on this? Because that actually shows us leaders in this room and also educators that the younger generation looks at us and goes, they're not happy. I don't want to be like them. They're trying to figure out what can we do to change. We don't want to be you when you don't want to be me when I'm 40, basically. And I think that's very interesting that, and to the point of leaders listening, right? We need to actually look at the younger generation and go, this is what they're telling us. How we're going to change the educational system, how we're going to change the workplace to actually not necessarily cater, but redesign how we work to still create impact and profit, but actually speak into the needs of different generations.
Yeah, and that's quite interesting. And Mark, I want to bring you in on 2 points here. We were talking about Dr. Seuss. I know most of you know Dr. Seuss, and I'm not going to try and paraphrase your famous class question, but who is you? You can explain that to everyone. And that's all about enabling, but also improving influencer skills. And I think it's super, super important as we hear their well-being, happiness, creativity. The bosses need to realize that they need to influence in a positive way, to talk in a way that resonates with their immediate audience, i.e. who they're working with.
Absolutely. I think the core of leadership is having good influencing skills, because you want to influence people and not tell them what to do. And the two twins for good influence is asking better questions. Use your intellect to ask a better question versus give the easy answer. And the second one is being able to share stories and examples. The stories and examples, look at all the religious documents in the world, they're parables. And whenever you hear a story or an example, you immediately go to something similar in your own life, so it becomes relevant very, very quickly. And I found that the very best leaders, they're kind of like, you could say the CEO, instead of chief enabling officer, they're the chief explaining officer. They're explaining things in such a way and engaging people and having people feel that they were listened to. Yeah.
If I may just build on this, Mark, what I really find fascinating is when you describe this, that I feel we need a new way of leadership that defines the new way of working. And when it comes to these new leadership traits, right, what you're just describing, it feels a little bit like also having entertainment qualities, right, as a leader.
Yeah.
And not just here in a face-to-face setting, but also virtually. So I think building on what was just described, right, during the pandemic, leaders all of a sudden needed to engage their folks in a virtual setting. And this is a different setting. I mean, this is a different way of communicating. Yeah. And while we all know that leadership is still a contact sport, you need to be close to your people. At the end of the day, you need to transfer this idea of being close to your folks also in a virtual setting. And this needs to be trained, and maybe there wouldn't be a better place than maybe do this also at business school. I think there's lots of opportunity to also come up with completely new techniques with a combination of well-being, communication, what have you, all of this put together in a new and exciting mix.
Exactly. And I think the way I look at it now is that you have to think about where do you need your influence to travel? Because if you're only thinking about the people you're talking to, your influence stops there. But if you're explaining things in a way that they can carry the message onward, now your influence reaches wherever it needs to reach virtually.
So let's get back into the world of hard cash leaderships, people getting jobs, right? Because what we're saying here is absolutely relevant and it's what we want to see, but what are we seeing? So my question to you, Jay, sorry, I know you've only been in the job 6 months, so no pressure. But are leaders actually starting to look at this checklist that we're going to discuss in a minute? Because obviously employees, we're coming with a bigger checklist now in terms of values, in terms of flexible working practices. Are the leaders at least starting to think about wider than just their pay package and remuneration and benefits?
So, I mean, yes, I think so. I mean, as you said, I've only been in the headhunting business for 6 months. But apart from the fact that everybody wants to move to the Middle East at the moment, which is great for the Middle East in terms of talent acquisition, what I'm finding, I mean, I'm very lucky. I work with top teams and boards. So, I'm sort of interviewing prospective CEOs and board members. And certainly from a CEO perspective, their kind of primary interest is in the quality of the chair. So they are super interested in, am I going to be able to be successful in this role because can I work with this person or not? So I think beyond the role and how purposeful that is and how interesting the role is, I think it's probably a secondary consideration is actually that key dynamic between the chair and the CEO, and then obviously beyond that with the wider board, if it's a family business, with the family themselves.
But they are going beyond the package.
Very much so. Yeah, very much so. And yes, I mean certainly beyond the package, and there are some incredibly well compensated roles out there. So, and people are coming from very extraordinary roles in terms of the wealth they've managed to accumulate anyway. So I think money is becoming less. Certainly the candidates that I'm speaking to, becoming less of an issue.
So Dr. Gadder, I want to drag you into this because I want to go even further up the chain. You're the School of Public Policy, so this is where the governments make decisions about that. And obviously we've seen within the HCI today, obviously the importance of governments, and the very fact that we're having this conference based here as well shows the commitment. So in terms of what we've seen there, leadership and their ability to move and be trained and the ecosystem around them to enable them to facilitate all the points that people have made here that they want. How are you seeing that coming through?
Well, with Vision 2030, we saw more interest in leadership training and leadership development, either through attending open enrollment programs or customized leadership program for special entities for their special learning needs, in addition to the coaching and mentoring and other elements where it's important. But leadership training and development is in Saudi, in the GCC, it's just never been more important as today.
And it's really moving beyond them instructing certifications and things like that. It's really sort of a way of being, would you say now, rather than just ticking certain boxes?
You can notice that there are been a creation of communities where leaders or mid-managers or future to come leaders, they come together and share knowledge and information, especially on the development areas. And you can notice certain patterns within those. For example, is like influencing up, how you would be able to convince your bosses, of an idea. So what is the best way to do that? Others is listening. So as you mentioned, listening is a very undervalued commodity, but today we can see people spending a lot of money in coaching, listening coaching.
Active listening.
Exactly, because people don't feel valued if they don't listen, their leaders don't listen to them. So part of those leadership training, they are very customized to the specific need, either to the institutional need or to the cultural need.
And any parents in the room will know very much about learning the skill of active listening to our little ones and trying to get them to do what we want and make them think it's their idea, right? So active listening is an absolute given. I just want to see if anybody wants to ask any more questions, because I'm going to move on to AI. Can we get the microphone? Because we have some people here that would like, the gentleman here would like to ask our panelists a question. If you could say your name and where you're from, it will help the panelists, please.
Thank you, Sarah. Ahmed Al-Shingiti, HCI engineer with the Ames Holding Group. My question for Professor Mark. From your experience, how we can put the line between being a leadership and boss? And as Patricia says, sometimes she takes decisions without making a consultant, yes? But that's the difference between the boss and the leadership, yeah? The leader. Is there a line, if I cross it, I'm not going to be a leader, I'm going to be a boss or a bossy? Thank you so much.
A really good question. The fine line between leadership and boss, because sometimes you've got to be strict, right? Sometimes you've got to make tough decisions, and you don't have to necessarily be people's friends. So it's a really good point.
Yeah, if you think about it, there should be very few decisions that you have to make, but you're going to have to make them in terms of certain calls on direction and other things. And I think the most important is that if you're having a tough decision you have to make, you have to explain why you're making it this way, especially if you're changing course or changing direction. The very best leaders, they'll make a tough decision, but they'll explain why on that. And that's a way of teaching people lower into how to make the decisions as well. But a lot of times bosses make the decision because they feel good. They have an ego and they want to always make all those decisions. And I think we have to push our ego aside and think about, how we're enabling others to do this in the future as well.
And I think it plays into change management. No one wants to be shocked. I know certainly, I don't want to keep going on about the pandemic because we want to see that well behind us. But people were asked to come back to work on the Thursday to come back in on the Monday. And that lost a lot of respect to the people. So that change management, that ability, you're going to make a big change, explain it, and give people time to work through it and show them why the decision is being made. So I think absolutely brilliant point.
Can you hear me? Yes. Reem Al-Far, I am an HR and OD practitioner in an energy company. If I reflect on experiences of how we turn performance around, there are two things that always stood out to me. One is leadership is a shared responsibility. And I'm not saying that in a sense that it's shared across a different hierarchical, but it's shared within the leadership team, with which comes the more senior you get in the organization, the more important it is to be a team player and role model that, because the solutions and the alignment actually sit at that intersection of collaboration. I'd be really interested to hear your perspective around team player qualities and how leaders in senior positions being team players can actually enable and solve almost half of what you mentioned before around engagement, about empowerment and all these things. Thank you.
Because we had a conversation just before the panel. So I'm going to take it and please build up on this. But I think I've mentioned before we got up on the stage that 70% of the teams that I work with, high executive teams, they're not very healthy, and simply because they have competency-based trust, but they don't have vulnerability-based trust. And because they don't have vulnerability-based trust, they don't have constructive conflict on the team. And therefore, they don't commit to what they need to do. And then they all create accountability, and therefore they cannot really reach the results they want to reach. So I think there is a really big need to understand what kind of people we want to recruit to be part of a team, so it's a healthy team. And honestly, I would not even make it complex. I would make it very simple. You need humble people that know they don't have all the answers, and they will listen. And it's not about me, but it's about us. You need people that are hungry, not for my result and my agenda, but our results and what we can do together for the organization. Yes, my career and what I achieve is so important, but it cannot be more important than what we need to achieve together. And I actually think emotional intelligence and cultural intelligence specifically is becoming even more important. So there's something about you need to be smart around how you lead these people. What are you hearing, and what are you actually giving away as well to the people in the organization? And I know there's a lot of other things we could say. You need to be agile, you need to be resilient. Yes, we do. But down to earth, are you a good human being that actually cares more about people than yourself? You want to add to that?
Yeah, I would say the way that I've observed good team players is that they're high ambition, but they're low ego, and that they work really well with people. It doesn't mean that performance suffers. And to go back to the sports analogy that I used before, and based on that study, it's people who just communicate fluidly in the moment, who give feedback. The last thing I would add, well, actually, two other quick things. One is Better Up just did some research on AI and bringing AI into organizations. And the one thing that they found that correlated with success in trust and in bringing AI into organizations was that the leader was perceived to be warm. So warmth was the one sort of thing that actually correlated with it. The last thing I was going to say is that research has shown that the people who want to be leaders the most are generally the worst leaders. They're driven, they're the
It's
least
like X
successful
Factor,
leaders.
right? Just shouldn't go on stage sometimes.
Yeah, and it's because they are not the team players. It's a sort of sign of someone who's not a team player is that they're always trying to put themselves forward. And so maybe that's another thing to look out for.
Thank you. I've just got some other questions here, so let's leave the floor open. The gentleman in front and then at the back.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Raid. I'm investing in healthcare and fitness company. I think I want to ask you about redefine the leadership, because all we know, it's not to gain this. We're born with this because we are leading ourselves when we're starting walking. So I think we need to redefine the leadership. It's not only belong to the C-level and senior level. So what I do in our company, we change our name to be a facilitator. So we empowering our people to be a leader, a leading in their clinic, a leading in their project. So always we remind ourselves we are a facilitator. If we facilitate their work, we will be success. So one of our KPIs to our leaders to be a facilitator. So we ask our employee to judge their leaders. They make you happy or not. So I think we need to change and redefine the leadership, and especially in the corporate level.
I think that's absolutely brilliant. And if anyone wants to pick up on that, but we do have another question at the back for this gentleman. Anybody else after that?
I think...
sorry, we'll just go to this gentleman first and then we'll be right with you. This gentleman here has been waiting.
Well, it is very simple. I hope, talking about leadership and management, let's say, I hope I was a good manager, because through the 20 years, everyone called me to thank me about the time I was their manager. But now all the talk about leadership, it gets me scared as a manager that to be assertive sometime. So this frightens me as a leader now.
It's a really good point, because you were talking about that. But anybody else want to maybe come on in, and then Shamla, you come on in as well. That very fine line.
Absolutely, and I think this is a great question, because from my perspective, and also I think many practitioners will probably second this, leadership at the end of the day is situational, right? You need to see, for example, what is the situation, how do I need to react, also maybe what is the geography, what is the industry, and what in particular, what is now more or less at stake, right, when a decision is made. What I feel is, in general, though, I think the overall notion of leadership needs to evolve. And I feel we need to think a little bit less ivory tower, but more team captain. I think going also into the sports analogy again, being also able to play on the field in certain situations and make sure that the team also appreciates you also playing with them and not just only telling them how to play. And I think that's a great notion, because I think this can make a difference. At the end of the day, everyone should be a leader, leading yourself, leading parts of the team, or then leading maybe others who are leading teams. And all of this needs to fit together.
Shamla.
Thank you. And Christian, thank you for defining that. I think for me it is about The question was around leadership. It is the time where everybody's asking, is the models for leadership, the definition for leadership, is it the same? It has evolved, right? And as you articulated it. But the one piece around this I'd like to add on to Christian and many of the panelists around the collective and teams and so forth is around courage. Right. The piece around courage needs to be embedded because the notion about being silent and societal leadership, we must go back and look at societal leadership as part of the big definition about, leadership, because society is playing a big role in terms of where we are. It's not organizations, but society is defining where leadership should be today.
Yeah, because leaders come from that society. We have one more question. We have 8 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen, of the table and in the audience, so get your money's worth. Please, your question.
Thank you. I would like to thank you for this. I truly think this is an amazing discussion. But I would like to ask, I believe that you said that leadership needs to change depending on the contexts, like different sectors and different cultures. But I think that today we're starting to see more people are moving between the sectors they work in and the cultures, and they're going to different countries to work. So do you think it's possible that there could be conflict caused between how people should be leaders if they're constantly changing where they are?
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant question, and it's that consistency, what makes a good leader, and not necessarily flip-flopping, as you said. What was your name, sorry?
Matilda Handel.
There, Matilda asked a very good question. Now, who wants to take it? I'm not brave enough. Who wants to take it?
I can use my own experience, and I think it's so important that you raised this, because as you raised that question, I thought about me. Living in South Africa, growing up in South Africa in very difficult circumstances, worked abroad very early in my career at the age of 22, then went back to South Africa, and then went back working in other markets as well as emerging markets, and working in 84 countries. That itself, I had to lean in and I had to learn. I took accountability by saying that I want to set the standard for me to lean in instead of waiting the other way around. So I become the person and I focused on me. And I think that helped me navigating to say, is there a standard different from one to the other? And I made it about me. How do I create a standard and how do I learn about the culture? So I think that became
and
a better...
how do you keep that standard? Because I'm thinking from what Matilda said there, which is super thoughtful. Sorry, we're swapping between the two. And something should never change, right? And Dr. Gada, I'm thinking of things like ethics.
I just want to say something. Your performance measures don't change if you're in the Middle East or in South Africa, in Europe. If you are employed in a role, you are measured with the same performance indicators. So you're not given any lesser for one market, in emerging market versus a first world market. It's the same. So I think
it's a good distinction, but I think fundamentally as well, we need to talk about those things that should never change no matter where you go, because that's who you are and that's who you are as a leader. So I think ethics really plays into that, right?
Yes, but I think that, Patricia, you mentioned a very important element that is, cultural intelligence.
Yeah.
So there are fundamentals that doesn't change, but you should be cultural intelligence by being, having a high agility. By understanding the culture, being aware, and so on. But the fundamentals doesn't change wherever you are.
Let me make one comment, is that you don't really choose, you don't get to choose the leader you want to be necessarily, because a leader needs to enable their team to deliver and to grow. So sometimes you have to adapt your leadership to who you have around you. Early in my career, I led enterprise change in Egypt, Netherlands, Italy, and Japan. And I had to lead that totally different in every culture that I was doing it in. I had some fundamental values and principles I was going for, but I had to do something different in order to enable in that. So you have to think about what do you have to do to enable your team and deliver, but also grow and reach their potential. So you just can't have a model and go from one place to another and just blindly use it, for sure.
And can I just add to this? Those old, those old sayings that, oh, if you go and work in India, learn something about Indian culture. If you go to work in Poland, where I'm from, just learn something about Polish culture. It doesn't work anymore. People move around the world. You have teams in Saudi or in Dubai that consist people of 7 to 12 or 15 different nationalities. And what worked in the UK, what worked in Poland, what works in the US doesn't work here. And so we are very clear at IE Executive Education that we really need to make sure that the leadership programs bring that cultural intelligence aspect into it, because as soon as one person leaves the system and another person enters, it's a completely different dynamic. And you need that agility and change, that cultural intelligence to understand what works, what doesn't work.
Happy, Matilda? Did we answer? You can give us marks out of 10? 10? Yeah. Wow, okay. She's being very generous.
Very.
Cool. Well, believe it or not, we only have 2 minutes left. We actually snatched an extra 2 minutes when we started. But I want to bring in Jay and Kevin, because something that's all around us at the moment, global shocks in all kinds of directions. And of course, that's leading to anxious workforces and people being under pressure. So Jay and Kevin, from your perspective, what's that doing? Maybe I'll start with Jay because he sat there very quietly for a while. Sorry, Kevin first and then over to Jay.
Yeah, so we've done a bunch of research across workers and managers about what they want as AI is brought into organizations. And the workers it's very basic, but what they're asking for is pretty clear. So the first thing is communicate with me. So tell me what's going on and what your expectations are. And there's a better way to communicate, which I can share in a second. The second thing is to train me. So give me exposure to tools and actually some formal training. And one of the things we've observed is that without formal training and universal training, generally men are much more engaged than women are across the groups that we've surveyed with using AI, which is potentially an issue. And then the third thing that workers are asking for is involve me. So they want to be involved in how the technology is brought into their roles and into their workspaces, basically, and not just have it imposed on them. And so I think that's a pretty good recipe. Communicate with me, train me, and involve me. And there's a lot of anxiety among workers. Surveys show us that they're really concerned about their jobs. And one just nuance of the communication part is that what research shows is that the leaders who communicate potential scenarios are much more successful at engendering the trust of workers. So rather than just say, I don't know how AI is going to affect your job, they say, well, some of the scenarios that we could see playing out are X and Y, and we're monitoring these factors to really understand where we're going, but we'll communicate with you as we go along that road.
So Jay, you've got the final answer, and then I'm going over to Matilda because she's going to help me wrap up. So over to you.
In my 1 second, but
you can have that. I'm going to Matilda.
I've got the great pleasure of working both with CEOs but also boards, and I think there is a huge amount of anxiety out there, and this uncertainty is creating sort of a paralysis. And people aren't spending; they're holding onto their cash reserves, etc. One of the things that I'm doing a lot with the boards that I'm working with is trying to inject realism, because we know that the most senior leaders in organizations, psychologically, they tend to be more optimistic than others. And also, if you sit on a board, you actually are probably going to be amongst the last people to know if your organization has got a problem. So encouraging boards, including chairs, to get out there, talk to the workforce, talk to their supply chain, talk to their partners, to really understand the reality on the ground.
So Matilda and I are going to wrap up here because everybody's made like a massive contribution, which has been fantastic, and not just from the table in terms of what we want to see from a leader. I'm going to take that list because it's quite long, and Matilda's going to give us the list of what we believe employees should contribute. So sorry about my writing here, Matilda, but what do we want from employees? They need to be
humble, hungry, collective, and involved.
Wow, she could read my writing as well, which is impressive in itself. So that's what employees that we're looking for. Thank you for that. And in terms of leaders, from what you've all said here today, we don't want authority and power. That's on the negative side of the equation. But what we do want is adaptability, morality, trust, resilience, care. They act as an enabler, a facilitator, sometimes a protector. They communicate, they share information throughout the organization, human touch, and enable us all to be tech curious. And we as employees feel valued because they listen to us. So I think we'll end on that. Did I get everything? Anything else?
I think so.
No? Pretty good
Great
list?
summary.
Well, thank you so much to my panelists. Big round of applause for them. And also to you, panelists. Let's clap the audience for their appreciation and involvement as well. So thank you, audience. Fabulous. Thank you.
growth and the world of disruption. I'm really excited about having at the moment, 6 thought leaders. We'll have one coming in a little bit. He's in another panel at the moment. And our objectives today are twofold, right? Number one is to allow an opportunity for these, again, amazing thought leaders to share with you how they see this problem and it's manifesting. And I'm going to have some questions for each of them. And then the second objective, which is the more important objective, is to hear from all of you. What questions do you have of them, right? How do you want to leverage the opportunity to have these amazing 7 minds in this room to help you as you think about not only your own journey, but the journey of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as you look to 2030. So with that, I would love to just open the table, and I'm going to start with you, Luigi, with our first question. So again, when you start, it'd be wonderful if you could say your name, title, a little bit about yourself. But again, given your role as, again, a representative from the EU to the GCC, hi, Andrew, welcome.
Welcome.
Here in the greater Gulf region, can you kind of share from a broader, both global and regional, perspective, what macro forces you see in play that will kind of influence the human capital equation here in the GCC more broadly, but also here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like, first of all, to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Crown Prince for the invitation to this important event. Thank you for moderating this panel. I am Luigi Di Maio, special representative of the 27 member states of the European Union to the GCC. I was tasked 2 years ago about a new strategy of the European Union in partnerships with the GCC countries, in particular countries like Saudi Arabia, on 5 pillars: trade, renewable energies, security, people to people, so human capital and so on, universities and so on, and partnerships between the institutions. I was Foreign Minister of Italy in the past and even Minister of Labor and Foreign Policies. My task is to connect these 2 important markets of human capitals. And we are working, trying to involve, doing our best, involving the universities, the academies, but even the companies. The public-private partnership is fundamental. And when you speak about potential, I would speak about, I would say here, there is a so holistic approach from countries like Saudi Arabia in performing and approaching the challenges of the future, that with this holistic approach, they are shaping their human capital. The Vision Program 2030, you cannot say that there's a particular pillar where they are investing more than another. Vision 2030 is an holistic program of, yes, economic investments, but is even implementing a new foreign policy, and is even implementing a new idea of being Saudi citizen in the world, if I may. And I think that the main leverage of a country like that is the demography. The 75% under 35, the 50% under 25, it's something incredible. It sounds incredible if I look from the perspective of the European market. What we want to do with them? I think that we can share a lot of projects, but first of all, we have to remove the barriers. We still don't have a free trade agreement with these countries. We still don't have a visa liberalization with many of these countries. We can go deeper during the next question in some project and specific project that we can implement. But if I look at the two main projects, for instance, on new technologies, AI and skills linked to that, on this side, we have the Saudi National Strategy for Data and AI that is very important, is investing a lot of money in human capital. On our side, the new Draghi's report for the competitiveness of the European market is something that invests a lot of money and energies in the idea of evolving and improving the skills of our citizens linked to the new sectors like AI and new technologies. This is why Ursula von der Leyen in Paris, the President of the European Commission in Paris, a few months ago announced a 200 billion euros project in AI, 20 billion euros in AI gigafactories in Europe, and a very important program with the universities in Europe for obviously training and education and educational project for our young people. But of course, I think that these two economies are very similar even in terms of private entities, in terms of ambitions towards the future, and might be complementary. And our role, my role in particular, is to do my best in order to connect the two sides and to try to create more partnerships, not only between public sector, but even private sector.
Perfect. And I'd love to pick up on that point of connection and maybe transition to you, Richard. And I know you've done a lot of work, both as an academic and then as an advisor and consultant. And so again, similar question to you, as you kind of look at how do you connect the best of the world with the best of Saudi in the region, what are some of those forces and variables that you see in play that will again lead to, you know, sustainable economic growth here in the region?
Thank you for that question, and it's great to be here. Now, I am the academic, so instead of being practical as Luigi, I'm going to be a little conceptual and a little provocative. I want to talk about Gen AI and human capital, economic growth, and world disruption, because I think those things belong together very well. Here's the idea. Think of ChatGPT not as automation, but education. Think about ChatGPT as providing training and education for your workers. Because what these large language models are is trained on the best and given to the rest. And in an international context, that means the skills of the service sector workers in the G7 are being transferred for $20 a month to service sector workers in emerging markets. I believe that will be important in unleashing the talent in countries like Saudi in a disruptive way through exports of services. That's the way I want to go with that. Moreover, I've personally done some research on this, and we found that it reduced cultural barriers as well. We had South African teleworkers and American teleworkers. When they didn't use Gen AI, and we asked people to say which was which, they were pretty good at classifying them. When both were using Gen AI, they could not classify them.
Okay.
So in essence, the Gen AI also reduced the cultural barriers. And very soon, simultaneous machine translation will erase the language barriers. So what I see is a tsunami of talent, which, due to the demography, which you talked about, will be very much favorable to countries like Saudi Arabia.
Yep.
So let me just end with one more zinger, if I can.
Yeah, please.
What I think about, I mean, I'd like it to think of it as a zinger. So, and now you have to write it. Somebody write it down, please. That'll make me feel better. So think about Bangalore's galore. Think about how India developed through Bangalore, and think about a Bangalore and Riyadh and Bogota and Cape Town. That's my vision for world disruption.
Yep, perfect. Thanks, Richard. So Nancy, pulling exactly off of AI, right? Again, train the best, given to the rest. Now that's an area of research and academic work and corporate work that you do. Can you talk a little bit more about how you see the future of work, and in particular maybe focusing on that word disruption that's part of our session today?
Sure, thank you, Kavi, and thank you to the organizers of this amazing event. It's an honor to be included in HCI 2025. So as you said, I'm an academic. I'm from New York University, Abu Dhabi. But I think when we think of disruption, what I'd like us to think about is human dignity and how we can channel our tools, our skills, our expertise, our political influence, our finances towards increasing the number of people that are afforded human dignity, because that number is too small right now, and the technology we're talking about today is exacerbating those problems at the present rate. How do we best deploy human capital to respond to that disruption? I think the big shift for us in this conference is that employers are now educators. And a lot of people are here as university experts or K through 12 experts or ed tech experts, but we also now have employers as educators. Part of the reason is the change in the skills that are needed are not available in the workplace. There aren't people coming in behind to change those expertise. So the challenge for some of the older people like myself is that expertise no longer equals merit. And so realizing that the nature of expertise is shifting under your feet as someone my age is scary, it's sad, it can be demoralizing. And so when we think about constant reskilling that needs to happen, we need to do that with a lot of compassion in order to contain the human dignity of those employees. In my own country, it's not working that way. I'm from the United States right now. Mass unemployment or mass layoffs may be a characteristic of this disruption, but we can deliver that with dignity. And so I think as we think of the shortened shelf life of knowledge, there's a role for universities to play in this disruption, but there's also an important role for employers as educators.
Okay. So pulling on that thread again, employers as educators, right? Andrew Kilshaw, I know we'll get to Andrew Hamilton, we've got two Andrews. Again, you've spent 25 plus years in the corporate world, high expertise there. So as you think about, again, economic growth, the future, that additional, for lack of a better word, responsibility of being an educator, organizations, the private sector still has a responsibility to generate revenue, right, to grow the economy. How do you see that fitting in together, again, especially as you think about human capability, the role of AI, et cetera?
Well, firstly, thank you for the welcome. It's been a fantastic event so far, and I've learned a lot. Thank you for the colleagues. So I've spent 20 years looking at how you essentially supercharge human potential. You do that against strategy in a very shifting world. There's never been this much change in the world. There'll never be this much again, as you know from Justin Trudeau. So we have to reskill at speed. Half-life of skills are coming down. You've probably heard this in many panels, right? So I'm probably the 10th person to hear this from. But I think that Project Transcendence specifically and the 100 billion investment in upskilling, not just the skills of the workforce, but making sure you have equitable access to AI through Darug, for example, or from focusing on Arabic-specific large language models. It brings context to that equation that's very specific, not only to Saudi, but to the kingdom, but to the region as well. I think if you don't do that, and if you don't empower the future workforce, as you see these skills of resilience, curiosity, context, and being able to critically reason what you get back from AI, those are things that they're going to be human characteristics. So combine those with ongoing learning. 18 months ago, we had ChatGPT launched. Last week, we had Gemini 2.5 Pro, which now exceeds PhD level. So the world is moving quickly. If you have a static 3-year program, that's not going to cut it. So we need to keep evolving. 65% of the students who are learning things today are going to go into jobs that don't exist today. So we need to skate to where the puck is going to be, to use the Wayne Gretzky example, and not build a faster horse. Not even a faster Arabian horse is going to make it in this case. So we really need to think about redesign for the future, skate to where the puck's going to be, but do that within the context of what I think creates distinction for the region and for the kingdom.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Andrew. And, again, skating to where the puck is going, right? Obviously, in Saudi Arabia, very ambitious under Vision 2030, Mary. And again, you have the privilege, and I'd also argue the responsibility to somewhat very difficult job of helping drive and develop HR systems where in hopefully 5 years, a very, very prosperous electric vehicle produced, manufactured here in Saudi Arabia, right? So again, as we hear about the disruption, but we also hear about the opportunities that the disruption is making. Can you maybe share from your perspective in leading the HR function at SEER, how you were starting to operationalize both developing the leaders and capabilities you need, but also navigate some of these disruptions, some of which we don't understand exactly how they're going to play out, right, here in Saudi Arabia.
Well, again, thank you for inviting me to this panel, and again, thank you to His Excellency for this terrific conference. It's the second year that SEER has attended, and it just keeps getting better and better, so we appreciate this opportunity. My name is Mary Thornton, and I am the HR advisor to the CEO for SEER. And again, we're the first automobile company in the kingdom that is designing, engineering, producing vehicles for Saudi in Saudi. So I come to SEER with 40 years of experience in General Motors, several stints in China, which prepared me for helping this country build their automobile industry. We are really doing some basic tackling to build our local talent. And so the first method that we're using is on-the-job training. So if you were at SEER today, 1,500 employees, 40% of them are Saudi, 60% are global experts from 45 different countries, and name an automobile company, name industry leaders. Every function has representatives with expats working side by side, knowledge transfer, sharing their information. And so it's that rich exchange that is really the spark that is igniting the industry here in Saudi. So that's the main way that we're building that capability. And the second way is, a blended approach where we've got targeted training, where we're combining classroom with on-the-job training. And then we have the typical classroom where we've got 100 of our folks that are going to be future technicians in our plant. At NAVA, we've got out-of-kingdom training that we are partnering with London Business School and other prestigious business schools and certifications. So when we look at the disruptors in the industry in terms of AI, I would say, yes, we're using that to some degree in HR, in preparing our leaders with different trainings that we have. But right now, in our industry, a lot of what we do is, the disruption is happening in the product itself, but the actual people that are building that product, I come from Detroit, Michigan, so, the home of the automobile industry. There were assemblers then when Henry Ford. So yes, I think some of the work is going to be disruptive, but I think that personal exchange from sharing the experiences that, even people like us that are, at different stages in our career, there's always that rich experience that I don't know, maybe there'll be some time, maybe not in my lifetime, where that's just not going to be replaced. So I think, yes, we have to have the fear for the jobs that are going to be displaced, but there is something to be said about the richness of sharing that experience one-on-one, side-by-side, when you're building the talent for the future.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Mary. And Andrew Hamilton, I'm going to come to you, and then I'm going to turn to you in a second, Kat. I saw you taking a lot of notes while Mary was speaking. So again, and one thing in particular I'd like to maybe touch on, given your broader experience in academia and NYU, and that's around that role of partnerships, and in particular, given this role of disruption, right? What role do traditional academic institutions, how they traditionally approach teaching, right? How do they evolve, right? And again, NYU has been a leader with your center in Abu Dhabi, potentially looking at, I hear, establishing a Stern outpost in Abu Dhabi as well. So yeah, if you could maybe speak a little bit about that topic.
I'd be happy to. And let me apologize for arriving late, everybody. I was at a meeting with the Saudi Minister of Education and 29 university presidents from Saudi Arabia, actually at the sharp end, implementing the higher education vision that Saudi Arabia has, the remarkable vision. And it's wonderful to see the progress that is being made, but also the levels of ambition for the incredible transformation that is occurring in the kingdom. But let me respond. You mentioned I was taking note. I love the comments that Mary was making, because it is about collaboration. It is about partnership. And I'm going to apologize, but I hate the word disruption. You know, it is an overhyped, a kind of silly word, actually, because it overstates what is actually change. And it's evolution, it's advancement, technological advancement. Before NYU, I was the equivalent of president, the vice chancellor of Oxford University. Oxford is nearly 900 years old. When the first information disruption occurred, Oxford was 300 years old. That first information disruption was called the printing press. And it was a big disruption, but Oxford, like every other university, Bologna, Paris, Rome, absorbed the printing press. We did rather well at universities with books, I like to think. And similarly, the internet 20 years ago, AI today, these are, of course, significant steps in the evolution of mankind, humankind, but universities will absorb them. They will become part of the way we work. People, Kevin, you said 3 times when you introduced me, the traditional way that you're traditional. Yep. Universities in their tradition. Universities are incredibly dynamic. You know, everyone thinks of them as slow. They are constantly changing. The fact that Oxford is as relevant today, and it is, as it was 900 years ago, is a testament to constant change. And so as we engage the modern world, as we look at the automobile industry growing in Saudi Arabia, we will essentially see a role for universities in supporting those economic changes, those innovations within the kingdom. The role that universities play will be, of course, in preparing young people to take their place in those industries. The role of universities is to prepare young people for their first job. There's no question. But it's also to prepare them for their 5th job in 30 years' time, when we have no idea what the technological advancement and changes will be. So it's preparing them. Andrew made the comment of curiosity, critical thinking. These are the kind of traits that will help them 30 years from now in a world that will have changed dramatically, and they will be ready to continue to play a role in the economy and to contribute.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Andrew. And before turning to Kat, we're going to be taking some questions from the audience after this question, so please be listening and thinking about what you've heard. And again, to you as young Saudi Arabian citizens, what matters, right? What do you want to tap into these 7 amazing brains for? So I'll be coming to you in a minute, but Kat, both Mary and Andrew talked about collaboration, right? And the King's Trust International, and again, as you lead a lot of their work, has used partnerships and collaboration as a way to make monumental change in people's lives through education and through entrepreneurship, and knowing that Vision 2030 is very focused on entrepreneurship as a vehicle for growth of Saudi Arabia, development of its people, et cetera. So could you talk about some of the King's Trust International's work and how it applies to some of the changes we see here in the kingdom based on your experience?
So thank you for having me here. I lead partnerships on behalf of the King's Trust in Youth Trust in the UK that now for the last 10 years has been leading programs across the world. So we're in over 20 countries. The key to our model really is building on Mary's point of collaboration. We really see the value in taking the DNA of the programs that have been curated in the UK over 5 decades and critically applying them to the local expertise of NGOs, ministries and agencies that are going to be the vehicles for change well beyond the King's Trust presence in the country. So really it's about that transition of knowledge and building on that global kind of tapestry and really drilling into where the granular disruptors are for, if I may, youth in that geography. So it's really about sharing that knowledge, building the mechanisms of programs that will serve both globally but also locally. And that's really kind of been key to our success. I think building on Nancy's point about employers being the next educators and actually being that force of what's really going to drive that knowledge. That's really a principle at KTI that we really believe passionately in. So all our programs are steeped in that private-public sector partnership. And that's really because building theoretical programs for education is not going to work on its own. We really want to build young people's pivot into the jobs market with the dynamic vocational technical skills that the job providers themselves provide. So the key to our role is that we bring personal development skills, so critical thinking, confidence, setting and achieving goals, presenting themselves at an interview and being able to conduct a presentation, turning up on time and having the principles and the ethics to be able to drive a successful role is all about how you kind of really drill into what we might deem to be expected traits that actually young people are not prepared for in the traditional curriculum. So it's really about us playing that role of making them work ready, but then taking the technical skills that will really drive them into not just a job, but we believe in the ABC, so a job, a better job, and a career. And I think it's really for us to challenge the private sector and the public sector to really show that pathway of career for young people, so they don't come into maybe an entry-level job that we support them into and stay stagnant. It's about really building their expertise to be the driving force for these companies in the future.
Okay. She looked at me when she said turning up on time.
That is she's wonderful. So with that again,
It's not on.
thanks. So with this, we're going to come to you all for questions, comments, etc. And again, I'd love to pull the thread again where Kat talked about personal development, right? Again, as we started with Luigi's comment, there's a tremendous demographic asset that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the GCC has in general, right? But that asset only translates into economic growth that is sustainable if it's leveraged, developed, nurtured to produce results, right? What you want. So I'm going to start walking around, and any, who's got a question, raise your hand. There's somebody else with a mic. Perfect, right up here. And then if you'll please introduce yourself and who you're with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished panelists, for a very enriching and enlightening views. My name is Walid Al-Somali. I'm currently an advisor at the Saudi Arabia Ministry of Investment. Before that, I worked for the Saudi Arabian Oil Company for 41 years before I retired last year and joined the ministry. Two brief questions, if I may ask. First, how best to integrate the innovation, research, and development with the overall scheme of human capital development? I see that there is education and there is innovation, research and development technologies. It's kind of separate. How can we make sure in this country that we are aligning all of this into a seamless integration that takes the companies forward when it comes to human capital development? The second question is, what do you think the best modalities of establishing a sustainable, well-governed, structured, and impactful partnerships between higher education and the private sector? The rest of the world talks about triple helix. And we have examples where this ecosystem is centered around establishing that partnership. I think we need to do better. And I would like to ask the distinguished panelists, what's the best way of having that kind of partnership maintained and make strategic impact? Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you, Walid. And I'm going to ask Mary to start because you've been operationalizing on this here in the Kingdom for quite a while. And then I'll open it up to the rest of the panelists. But please do, Mary.
I'm going to speak specifically to your second question because it is extremely relevant to SEER, because the relationship that we have with our local university partners is so key to us. And so we spend a lot of time with our universities. You saw yesterday we just signed a MOU with King Saud University, explaining what we envision from automobile engineering, where there could be some gaps in the curriculum to date because the industry didn't exist here. And we bring our leaders to the university leaders to talk about how we can close those gaps. So, just building the partnerships, starting the communication, building the relationship. We are implementing a challenge with 5 different universities where they're going to be working. We're calling it the CAE Challenge. It's really going to be labeled the SEER Challenge, and engineering is going to be one piece of it. We'll do challenges for manufacturing, where we work on real problems at SEER and we bring them to the students. And that way it allows us to meet the students face to face. It allows our leaders to interface with them so that they can see real world problems, and really helps us build our talent pipeline. So those are paying us huge dividends, and we see them paying us huge dividends in the future.
Perfect. Thanks, Mary. And again, what I would actually like all the panelists to respond, because I do think it's a critical question, right? So maybe I'll have the corporate sector, and then we'll turn to the academics. So maybe we'll go to you, Andrew, then Luigi, I'd love your thoughts as well, and Kat from, again, you're philanthropic, then yours, and then we'll turn to the 3 academics on the panel. So
Great.
Andrew Kilshaw.
No, I think it's a great question, and it comes back to the point of collaboration. There's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so I think that academia can actually play a very powerful role in working with the various industries, the companies across the kingdom to incubate essentially innovation that comes out of the different companies, especially if they're non-competing companies. And then you can take that transferable knowledge and scale it, perhaps the same way as Japan did back in the 80s with Lean and Kanban, which is what the country is known for. So what's your distinction where you truly are world-class and you have innovation? How can you scale, incubate, and share that so the kingdom benefits from it? I think that's where academia can play an extremely powerful role.
Your Excellency, any comments? Yeah, Luigi, any comments?
Yes, just a few words. Obviously, I have distinguished experts in front of me. I want just to add, for answering this question, that what we learned many times is even a matter of about the partnership between the industrial sector, private sector, and the universities in order to exchange know-how, expertise, and to work together for facing the new challenges. What we experienced in the past is even a matter of unleash the potential between these 2 entities. Many times it's not possible, not because they don't want, but because they cannot, for not only, I don't want to mention bureaucracy, but sometimes it's even a matter of awareness of where we are on both sides. So what we can do more and more between countries and within our countries is to remove those barriers or to create more opportunities for the several entities that have the potential together, to make aware them of the potential of staying together in this particular time. Because of course, it's an uncertain time, and when the situation is uncertain, it's better to stay together than alone.
Yep. Okay, perfect. Kat, from your experience, any comments? I mean, given how important partnerships are to the difference HCI makes.
I guess from a practical point of view with young people, we know that if you give young people 4 or more meaningful experiences with the workplace in their formative years, they go on to be 88% less likely to be NEET, so not in education, employment and training, and 20% more likely to have a higher salary. So for us, it's really about making sure young people have that opportunity and exposure to the private, public sector so that they really are familiar with the kind of jobs that are evolving so quickly, and they can be prepared for the workplace and really have that aspiration for wanting to build their careers in their chosen discipline. So for us, it's all about that, building those connections.
Perfect. Thanks. Richard, I might start with you.
Sure.
On the academic side.
So I think the 2 words is client-centric. And this is very important in IMD because we focus on executive education. I have taught for many years in many different organizations where the professor decides what the students need to know. The professor decides what the students need to know. He doesn't ask the employers what the students need to know. Doesn't ask the students what they need to know. More or less, I was teaching things that were taught in Oxford in the year 1000. And I taught them because my professor taught me. So I think that's the thing, to break this mold where you become client-centric. Now, in executive education at IMD, I have to put in the plug for IMD. We listen very much. Every program, almost every program, is customized for what people need. That may involve yoga and wellness or leadership or accounting, whatever it is, but there's a discussion between the client and the trainer or the educator. That's really important. Now, some countries like Switzerland have the apprenticeship, where that's completely sewed into the entire thing, at least in the non-university track. And a number of Northern Europeans have that. So I think that's a key, apprenticeships.
Yep, perfect. Thanks, Andrew. And, or Richard, sorry, my apologies. Thanks, Andrew. I might start with you before turning to Nancy. And perhaps in part of your response, you could hit the first part of Waleed's question a little bit, right? Which is about research integration. Because again, academic institutions are major, both receive funds, depending where you are in the world. So I'll stop there.
I think the response to the question has essentially been said by Mary, that communication, openness on both sides, openness on the side of industry, openness on the side of academia. I would actually disagree with Richard. If he's teaching what was taught at Oxford in 11, he must be teaching Latin or ancient history. No, because if he looked at his business school, if he looked at his engineering school, if he looked at his medical school, he'd find parts of the university that are very focused on the client and doing or engaging in what industry wants. And most modern academics, particularly in the social sciences and the sciences, want to be relevant for the modern day. And the third point I'd make is government. Government has a role to play in helping, provide the oil, grease the wheels for collaboration between universities, incentives for that. There's a very famous American politician who once said that if you want a great city, you should build 2 universities and then wait 200 years. It's a very often quoted. And it really is true, this role of cities, of universities as economic engines. And that comes from partnership with local industry. And I'll finish with just one example, and I'll apologize to Mary in advance, because I spent 10 years of my life in the city of Pittsburgh in the United States, and many of you will know Pittsburgh collapsed. The steel industry collapsed. It was a dead city, but now it's vibrant, now it's modern, now it's dynamic, and it was universities, Carnegie Mellon, University of Pittsburgh, where I worked, and several other that were critical for the rejuvenation of Pittsburgh. And here's where I apologize to Mary. The city of Detroit is struggling. It still is struggling. And obviously the automobile industry has gone through tough times. And one of the reasons it's struggling is because the strength, it has some wonderful universities, but they aren't at that level of excellence and impact that we would really like to see, and that I believe are essential for economic health.
As an economic engine, yeah. So again, Nancy, then maybe you can speak again to Andrew's point around, again, universities as economic engines. Again, to answer Waleed's question, in particular, maybe even drawing in on research and what you were doing at the NYU Abu Dhabi campus in integrating into driving that economic growth.
Sure, and thank you, Waleed, for the question. You're always a troublemaker, but I appreciate it. This isn't easy, but I would like to first start by giving the student voice on this one, which is, if we want to integrate them into the economy, we have to pay them. We're not paying them internships, we're not paying them for apprenticeships, and they can't afford to leave their work and do that. So shout out for them that they need bonded scholarships with jobs that are guaranteed afterwards. They need access through regular scholarships, and they need paid internships. Organized apprenticeship programs is where education needs to go. And here is where the research piece can fit nicely, in that the work that's being done in the labs and in the social sciences or in the arts even can funnel the talent that the government is looking for, while not just producing widgets, human widgets. So for example, in the UAE, we have obviously requirements in 5 main areas: AI, health, infrastructure, energy, and sustainability. And those intersect, of course. So we make sure that our programs, our curriculum, our faculty, the research we're funding is relevant to those areas. It's not to pivot every time an economy changes, because that's not sustainable, but to create opportunities for students in that space. But the public-private partnership goes both ways in realizing that when a university is producing talent, it needs funding to do that.
Perfect. All right, we'll turn to a next question from the audience. Thank you, Waleed. Did that answer your... Thank you. I appreciate it. Another question? Anyone in the audience? Again, I'm trying to be client-centric here, and we're here for you, right? They're all flying home tonight. Perfect.
Yes, great panel. My name's Paul Grunwald. I'm the chief economist at S&P. So I've got a question for Richard on economic growth, and I'm going to continue the food fight. Apologies to Andrew. I'm going to use the D word for disruptive. So we all know China's been enormously disruptive to the global economy. It joined the World Trade Organization 24 years ago and totally upended global manufacturing. So the question is, we started out by talking about AI. Are we in for a repeat on services, right? Saudis and other countries are joining the fray. AI is going to be available to everyone. Are we going to see a repeat in services as we did for manufacturing? Or maybe the US can hang on to the high end. The current occupant of the White House might be very interested in your answer. So thanks very much.
Well, I suspect the current occupant would not be very interested in anything I had to say. Thank you for allowing me to advertise my last book, which was called The Globotics Upheaval. So globotics is globalization and robotics smashed into an ugly word, but hopefully memorable. And it's automation and globalization applied to the service sector, not the manufacturing sector. And the upheaval part is that, in essence, this process, which I'm talking about, service-led development, where service exports come to dominate trade, is putting the service sector workers in the G7 countries in competition with people who think $5 an hour is a middle-class living, which it is, because if you work 2,000 hours, that's $10,000 a year, and that's a middle-class living in many countries. So I think it may be very disruptive. But two things which are very different. First of all, manufacturing is marked by agglomeration, so it tends to be all one place or another. Something like 30% of all manufacturing in the world is in China today because of that agglomeration forces. With services, it tends to be much more dispersed. Moreover, there's a much greater opportunity for two-way services two-way trade in related services because they're so differentiated. In fact, almost every service that you export is customized. So there is room for an expansion of north-north, north-south, south-south trade. And that's how I view this going forward, as an enormous expansion. So that I had some other things to say, but I think maybe I'll wait for the next round.
No, that's perfect. One of the things I love about dialogues is there's an invitation for people to have conversation and sometimes approach an issue or a question from a different perspective, right? So again, Nancy, Luigi, I saw you taking some notes as well. If you have any comments, either of you two.
Sure. I will expand on what Richard said. I believe many services are about to be automated. I believe ChatGPT and generative AI are not the point. They are the first in a series of fundamental change. You like that? I ChatGPT that. So you can imagine a ChatGPT level disruption every year for the next 10 years. And in that case, Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, says we'll have a robotics level, robotics will have its ChatGPT moment in the next 24 months, in line with your book. Probably then agentic AI, which we're leading on in the United Arab Emirates, and then after that, physical AI. Now, I would expect most people in the room don't know the terms I just said. The point is, what did you do to figure out what ChatGPT was, and how do you close the time gap for yourself in that skills piece? This is what organizations need to do. This is what schools need to do. They need to make plans for constant changes to operation, flow, their clients' needs, their employees' realities, and be prepared to be a lifelong learner. And we say that phrase all the time around here, and we mean we're developing lifelong learners. But how many of us in the room have a list of things we do to learn new things? We reflect on whether or not that's sustainable, and we change it regularly. Right? Do we use LinkedIn Learning? Do we use public forums like this? How do we learn new things? Do we go to the library? Is it multi-generational? So I think services are about to be automated. Absolutely. I believe I can do with a very advanced reasoning model what many consulting firms can do. So the question is, how are we as experts in the knowledge economy going to shift ourselves?
Yeah. Luigi, any comments?
It's a matter of, obviously, even of how much fast the adaptation of the international organizations and framework are able, and how much are fast for facing the velocity, the development of the technologies. No way, of course, the technologies are faster than any kind of reform or creation of international organization. But I think that we have not to give up on that, because in a way, the capacity, the resilience of the humans is still there and is able to create the tools for facing this new world. And when I look at AI, of course, sooner or later, the need of global rules for facing this challenge will come. The need is already here. The model, the solution, the tool, obviously, is still under discussion. And why not? Even AI might help us to create the best way for organizing this new world that is obviously linked to the development of the new technologies. But of course, this is more on us, is more on how even the universities, the academic world is able to support the institutions for evolving the framework. And about, of course, the disruption of the WTO rules, this is already happening, and not because of AI. As a name and a sure name now, and it was obviously even on a country like China in the past, and the paradox that is today you don't know who is more disrupted than another.
Good. So I'm going to pull up, you talked about, again, the velocity of change, and then, again, we should expect a disruption like ChatGPT every year, right? So Andrew and Kishore, when we had our conversation, again, yeah, we talked about, are we at a kind of this crucible moment, right, where the world is going to be different fundamentally 10 years from now, right? So again, in the context of human capability, economic growth, would love your comments. Then Mary, I'd love you to maybe follow up and say, again, as you are building a new industry from the ground up in Saudi Arabia, how is that being managed? And what barriers do you see in part of your obligation to transition that to the local economy? So after Andrew's comments.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to try and be practical for a second. and just so I'm going to take myself back to when I was part of the digital transformation at Nike. Nike loves to have very short strategy lines. So this is 4 words: create distinction, remove friction. So that's what you want to do. So creating distinction as it relates to your goals over the next 5 years. I think, well, one, you're starting to do that already by taking a leadership position in, for example, AI ethics, AI governance, having the LLM and becoming a leader in the Arabic world. But also, again, this leapfrog moment allows you to invest and create world-class capabilities that don't exist anywhere else. So it could be predictive maintenance in NEOM or other places where all of a sudden, just within 2 or 3 years, you become world leaders. So those are the things that create distinction and create stories and use cases. Removing friction, make it easier to do business in the country and with other countries, because nobody likes red tape. So if you can find ways to attract talent and remove barriers to being successful, I think especially to entrepreneurs who are trying to move fast and break things, that's going to help you. Because if you do that, what I've learned through the talent of being in the corporate world, that if you can have A players on your team, they tend to attract other A players. So how do you get your A players? Tell stories around that, and then you become a talent magnet. There are fast followers. And then think about how can you adapt some of the digital principles that exist in the world outside of digital. Take experiments, A/B test, get feedback, fail fast, celebrate your failures, learn from your failures, celebrate your successes. And I'm lastly just going to say, paradoxically to the 100 billion in investment, a startup would die for 100 billion, but they're normally bootstrapped. They start off self-funding.
Yep.
Every dollar is, or every real is intentionally invested. So think about whilst you have 100 billion, make sure that you can approach parts of that with frugality. So you really need to make sure, for example, that you're paying for milestone progress versus giving money away. So I think if you can adapt those principles, that will go a long way to your success.
Intentionality and milestone progress.
Yeah, I want to piggyback off your comments and the comments you made, a couple comments. I'll give the example. We have a WAD program. So obviously we're a startup. WAD means promise in Saudi. So we currently have 43 engineers who are studying in Kettering University from my hometown of Flint, Michigan, used to be called General Motors University. And so how did this program come to be? So 5 partnerships. First, the program framework came from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, who provided the project framework and the initial funding. Secondly, the local universities who educated these 43 engineers for us and put together our first cohort. Thirdly, Kettering University, who designed a curriculum specifically through interaction with our leadership on what do they need in this EV curriculum. And then the fourth partner are suppliers who are giving them an on-the-job experience. And fifth are SEER leaders who are mentoring them through that process with a guaranteed job when they finish this. So they're being paid through the program.
Excellent.
And they have a job when they end through the program. So I think it's a really great example of public, private, and government intervention in how we're making education happen to ignite an industry in the country.
Yeah, I think that around partnership, intentionality around that is wonderful. So we have about 10 minutes left. So I would like, again, to take any questions if they are. Okay, there. And then I'm going to have the panelists after this question, if we've got some time, just quick 30-second closing comments per person.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Moss. I'm author of Why Are We Here? I talk a lot about workplace strategy and culture. There's a younger generation that is opting out of the typical career path. There's this huge influx in freelancing and the gig economy, and we're seeing, the way that we think about it in universities, I don't know, is mapping exactly to what their desires and needs are. We're finding that, they'll take 30% less pay if they have better work-life balance. How are we thinking about bringing that group into the plan around university? How are we making them, think about work and what that looks like realistically? And how are we making sure that organizations are preparing for this new cohort that's totally different than what we've ever seen before? So this is to anyone who wants to answer it on the panel.
Perfect, thank you. And I'll open it up to anybody who wants to answer, but after that, I want to be sure, Kat, you respond as well. Because, well, I appreciate the point around university. There's a lot of people who don't go to university, and that's not part of their pathway, right?
Yeah.
And so I want to make sure you get an opportunity to respond as well.
Yes, I can kick it off, actually. So, great question, Jen. And much of what the King's Trust International focuses on are the young people that never have or never will go to university. And I think that's the real important group that we need to make sure are not further impacted by a digital divide. So you've got the level, obviously, going exponentially high, and you've got young people who still don't have access to data or devices to be able to keep up with such a fast-moving economy. So for us, it's really about making sure that we give voice on behalf of young people. So ensure that governments are investing in data and devices so that young people can be online and take advantage of the many kind of skills that we all benefit from. It's also for educators to embed digital skills in all their disciplines. So making sure, I mean, even the most basic of jobs will have digital aspects to their roles that young people need to be equipped for. So that exposure to the workplace that I described, it's about making sure that young people know what's expected and that even charities like us can help mobilize young people with those skills. And then for employers, it's about upskilling with their training, so making sure that the jobs that we know need to be done have a pathway into them, and that the young people who are not at degree or university level have access to a jobs market that really recognises their talent. You know, the amazing young people that we work with that travel from far over to take part in our programs and all have a different story of barrier to talk about. And yet what the defining element of their success has been is the belief. You know, having an agency, having an individual, having a training provider that says, we believe that you can actually go on this journey is so powerful when they've just not had that infrastructure either within their home or the community to say that they can go on to achieve. So for us, it's really about mobilizing and believing the ones that could be left behind.
Perfect. Thanks, Kat.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think a lot of the principal issue that drives that question is the aftermath of COVID. You know, we recognize that. I was the president of NYU for 8 years, and NYU is an enormous university. We have 65,000 students, 20,000 faculty and staff. During COVID, the students hated being at home, working online, being removed from their community, being uninvolved in the social activities that are part of university life. The staff and the faculty loved it. The students couldn't wait to get back to in-person teaching. You know, it rather sort of countered that old argument that you know, online learning's going to take over everything. It was the exact opposite. People wanted to be together. But the faculty and staff, just as you said, you know, they loved the extra time with their kids. They loved being able to pick the kids up from school. And so balancing those very different needs and desires is part of the issue that I think, is there a simple solution? I don't believe there is. I suspect it will be flexibility and ensuring that we offer those young people who do want to have a better work-life balance opportunities to do that.
Perfect. Thanks, Andrew. So we've got about 4 minutes left, so closing comments. I'm going to start with you, Nancy, and kind of make our way around, and Mary will end with you. And again, as our resident Saudi representative on this panel, your ability to really speak to your closing comments and what you hear around how does it really drive change here would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, I'll leave with a provocative closing statement given the title of our piece here on disruption. I'd invite the audience to think about what comes next. What is the disruption you didn't imagine? And the one I'll pose to you is brain-computer interface chip-enhanced humans. There's about somewhere between 30 and 40 of them on the planet already. These are humans whose brains are connected to the internet. They think differently. There are multiple companies planning to make these available broadly, Neuralink and Synchron and others. And so these humans will be different than us. They will be enhanced, and they probably shouldn't go to school with our kids, and they shouldn't engage in the same way. And we need new ethics and new laws for those kinds of things, and they're much closer than people think they are. So while we're down here worrying about how to put on the safety buttons on ChatGPT, there's a different type of human emerging. So I'd encourage you to think about those kinds of things as we think about fundamental change.
Perfect. So just a few words for saying what we are going to do in the next months as European Union with the GCC countries and GCC as a regional organization. First of all, we are promoting joint academic programs and research initiatives, dual degree programs between our universities on AI, robotics, and new technologies, exchange of students programs. The second point is the technical and vocational training cooperation, the transfer of this vocational training expertise from Europe to GCC and vice versa. Third, industrial partnerships. We are implementing a program via our new and first ever European Chamber of Commerce in Riyadh in order to support partnership between EU firms and sovereign funds here in the Gulf. Second, corridors like IMEC and road development corridors and tech licenses agreements. And fifth and fourth, the last one, I already spoke about the need to liberalize trade, visa, but even alignment of regulatory frameworks and labor mobility framework. These are programs that we are going to implement with them, and inshallah, let's hope of doing our best as soon as possible.
Perfect. To Andrew's point, remove friction, right? Andrew?
I would just finish with elaboration of the comment I made at the beginning about the word disruption. The reason I said it was because disruption, that the connotation is negative. Yep. The connotation is unemployment, despair as a result of disruption. What I would hope the world looks to in the coming decades is a positive consequence, the opportunity that comes from these new technologies. I do believe, I think I'm probably the oldest person on this panel, and I do believe there is a tendency of every generation to overhype its own significance, its own importance. We've heard several times that the world has never moved faster than it's moving today. I'm not sure that's true. My grandparents lived in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, the 1900s and the 1910s. Think of what happened in those 2 decades. Automobiles, aeroplanes, train travel, the movement, you said, Kavi, that the change in the world is going to be greater in the next years. But the move of people from their villages, where they never left, to the cities, to the towns, to the world. So let's look for the positive and not overhype the changes that are inevitable and will continue to evolve, to Nancy's point, in ways that we can't always predict. But it's amazing how often a long life has shown me that it's never as good as people say it's going to be.
Yeah.
And it's actually never as bad as people say it's going to be. The modern United States might be putting that as a wrong statement. But be careful as we overstate the benefits or the disruption of new technology.
Thanks, Andrew. Andrew?
So I'm a big believer in the power of and I think there's a lot of balance that needs to be taken in the approach to this. So there's not one thing or one initiative that's going to drive success. So for example, you need to democratize access to AI, to learning, and you need to create new pathways for that talent to be employed, whether it's through new ways of accessing labor, whether it's moving to projects. Having been in 4 very different industries, I've actually learned a lot by moving around. So I think there's a benefit to that for everybody. Invest in infrastructure, invest 100 billion, that's fantastic, but demand frugality at the same time. It can't just be investment for the sake of investment for results. And also, I think the culture needs to evolve. But at the same time, be very faithful to who you are as a company. Create distinction, be clear on who you are, and be clear on who you're not. And I think that creates a very clear picture on how you would like to welcome the world and how you would like to welcome the workforce within the kingdom.
Perfect. Thanks, Andrew. Kat, Richard, and then over to Mary.
I'd say alongside all the developments, continue to build the core soft skills of young people so that they hold on to these human values in addition to the digital developments. I'd say regular exposure to these growing industries so young people are prepared for a world of work. And then finally, I'd say to create an environment for young people to thrive in enterprise. So in some geographies, we know the rate of job creation will be far slower than the rate of population, particularly in Africa. So we're really looking at how we mobilize a youth that are built to provide businesses of the future. So really building those skills. And for us, it's about getting in at the school age to sow the seed of entrepreneurship. So that critical thinking and business development skills, which usually come at a later age.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is disagree with the impact of AI, the traditional view that's been announced here. I think there's a widespread misapplication of the lessons from industrial organization to service sector organization. I think AI, Gen AI, is going to end up like MS Office. You have to use it to stay competitive, but you cannot gain competitiveness from using it because everybody will. It'll end up like spell checking. Everybody spells better, but nobody makes more money out of it. So I do not find it as disruptive. Service processes have, the saying is, it's never done, it's just do. There's a long tail of undone details and untidied problems, which Gen AI will let all of us do more of. Just look at what a corporate annual report looked like 10 years ago and now.
Yeah.
It's so much slick. There's still one per year, still probably the same number of people working on it, but the output is super high.
Yeah.
AI will raise the table stakes in service sector, not replace service workers.
Perfect. Thank you, Richard. Mary?
Well, this time last year, SEER had 700 employees. We now have 1,500. We're going to be growing to 6,000. So it's just, the support from the Saudi government, from education, from our automotive partners. We have opportunities for folks that are graduating from high school, from technical schools, who have undergrads, graduate students, doctorates who want to do research. We have jobs that are tied to the line, which are not going to offer the flexibility, but we have other jobs that will offer that flexibility. So I think the impact that igniting the automotive industry, not only going to create those 6,000 jobs, but all the downstream jobs and the downstream, I'm excited to be and honored to be a part of it.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, if you please join me in thanking our panel, and thank you for attending.
Thank you for joining our session. Please take your seats. My name is Margaret Jones-Williams, UNDP Deputy Resident Representative, stationed here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I'm going to just share a few remarks from Ms. Nahid Hussein, UNDP's resident representative. I'm deputizing for her today for her keynote speech. Please do accept apologies that she's not able to be here with us. Now, in international development interventions, we often discuss strategies, systems, and scalability. Yet, at the heart of everything we do is a very simple, profound truth. People matter. Those we serve, the individuals, families, and communities at the center of humanitarian development and peace efforts must never be treated as statistics or as footnotes. They are the story. Too often, we risk offering standard solutions to profoundly unique, complex, and specific challenges. To truly support transformation, we must first listen. We must understand the lived realities of those on the margins, tap into indigenous wisdom, and recognize the quiet strength communities have always shown in surviving, in adapting, and in thriving. The Human Capability Initiative 2025 invites us to move beyond readiness. It urges us to build futures not just with tools and technologies, but with empathy, with solidarity, and with courage. UNDP is proud to walk this path in close partnership with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. UNDP was founded on a bold idea: human development is the key to sustainable peace and prosperity. We exist to support nations in their journey toward inclusive, people-centered progress, but that journey is not always easy. In this landscape, artificial intelligence represents more than a breakthrough in technology. It is a chance to reimagine how we support communities. AI can help us anticipate disasters before they strike, to map poverty with precision, to address the gaps in basic needs, and to empower citizens to participate in shaping their own future. In concluding, we just want to stress that we stand at a crossroads where algorithms meet aspirations. The choices we make now will shape how future generations experience opportunity, justice, and belonging. Let us choose wisely, let us choose boldly, let us ensure that AI becomes a force for good, not only for some, but for all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the remarks from Ms. Nahid Hussein, UNDP Resident Representative in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now we will move on to our panel discussion, and I want to say a big thank you to our esteemed panel members that are here with us today. And I will just give a short introduction so that we know who we have in the room. Mr. Peter de Klerk is an adjunct professor at the Faculty of Law in the Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. He's a former UN Deputy Special Representative of the Secretary General in Somalia and in Haiti, and worked for 34 years with the UN on political, security, humanitarian, and development issues, mostly working in the field. Peter retired at the Assistant Secretary General level and has been engaged with various academic institutions and think tanks in South Africa and elsewhere. Thank you for joining us today, Peter. Gavin Erasmus. Gavin is a digital transformation expert and advisor with international experience delivering global initiatives with multi-million-pound budgets at FTSE 100 clients across finance, energy, insurance, utilities, and paper industries. Gavin has deep insight into all aspects of change delivery gathered while at Accenture and as an independent consultant in Europe, Africa, and the Middle East.
Gavin's technical expertise ranges from AI to blockchain, cloud, APIs, data, mobile, and platforms. He's also a sustainability entrepreneur and startup advisor leveraging technology to deliver positive change. He was CTO and co-founder of Sheep Inc., the world's first carbon-negative fashion brand, where he led sustainable initiatives, product LCAs, and set up full e-commerce tech stack and developed a supply chain transparency platform to trace wool from farm to sweater. Thank you for being here with us, Gavin. Then we have Dr. Amar Hamadian. Amar is a globally recognized ICT leader with 28 years of experience spanning government, multilateral organizations, and telecom industries across 3 continents, currently serving as lead advisor for digital sustainable development at the UNDP Regional Bureau for the Arab States. He drives digital transformation through strategy, policy development, and partnerships. Gavin's notable past roles include digital transformation consulting in Iraq, senior advisory positions at the Digital Cooperation Organization and Policy Impact Partners, leadership positions such as Deputy Minister for Digital Transformation and Director General of the National Information Center in Sudan. Welcome, Amar. Then we have Dr. Noor Al-Sadoun. Noor is a dynamic leader in tech innovation and digital transformation, currently serving as director of the Al Faisal Health Innovation and Biotechnology Center at Al Faisal University, a strategic consultant for high-impact governmental projects and a board member of ZIMAM, a GCC-based NGO advancing AI-driven human capital development. Noor bridges research, entrepreneurship, and policy to foster sustainable technological solutions. As co-founder of 21Verse, a pioneering VR platform empowering individuals with Down syndrome, Noor champions inclusive innovation. Her work extends globally, where she designs and implements creative initiatives addressing pressing challenges in healthcare and humanitarian aid. And last but not least on our panel, Mr. Sebastian Rubenzirojo. Sebastian is an entrepreneur and international advisor in education, human capital, and positive impact. A global learning expert, Sebastian drove education policy reform in the Middle East and the Americas. As CEO of an education group in Argentina, he led school transformation and innovation during the COVID-19 pandemic. As an entrepreneur, he launched an AI tool to support teacher-student interaction and outdoor education and sustainability programs. He also advises schools and universities on how to develop life skills. Welcome, Sebastian. Ladies and gentlemen, can we just give a round of applause to the esteemed panel before we even begin? So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be looking at the issue of AI in the use of AI to support humanitarian development and peace initiatives. So, first of all, I think we need to start with a definition on what we're speaking about. So I'm going to ask Peter to start us off. Peter, although we have been discussing this HDP nexus for almost 2 decades, it still holds many meanings for different people, depending on their position within this nexus. Can you briefly describe to us, explain what is the HDP nexus and what you think are the key missing elements to help us to operationalize?
Thank you very much, Margaret, colleagues, friends. I'm probably the least qualified person to speak about the technical aspects of the AI part of the HDP nexus, but I will give you a perspective from 3.5 decades of practitioner, having worked in very fragile environments, as was mentioned before. The relevance of any tool or any concept is in its application and the impact on those we are held to serve. So If it remains abstract, if it remains technical, it's not really going to be advancing humanity in a way that we would like as humanitarians or developmentals or peacemakers. I often say the HDP Nexus is like a unicorn. Everybody talks about it. Nobody's ever seen one in reality. And we've been searching for the past 2-3 decades for the unicorn. What is the HDP Nexus, the Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus? It really starts from the realization that short-term interventions, humanitarian interventions, lead to protracted situations. And they do. In 80% of the cases, humanitarian situations turn out to be protracted and long-term. So most of the people we're helping under humanitarian programs, we've been helping for many years, sometimes decades, without a solution in sight. So in another sense, we could say that humanitarian interventions could lead to saving the same lives multiple times, rather than providing people a sustainable solution. And this is not in the interest of either donors or particularly the countries that are affected by humanitarian emergencies. We need to recognize that the underlying causes to humanitarian situations lie in human development and in peacemaking. All this seems to be quite easy to act on when it comes to climate change. Climate change is relatively predictable, and often disaster-induced emergencies also, to some extent, will be quite predictable. But what about conflict-induced humanitarian emergencies? Well, we cannot say they're entirely unpredictable if we take a much more conflict-sensitive approach. And I always say this is moving from do no harm, as humanitarians are talking about, to do good, trying to do programming, trying to do interventions that contribute to bringing communities together. I'll try to bring this back to the AI issue later on, but I just want to give you this general overview first. What are the major gap areas? Because I don't want to go into a precise definition. As we say, many people will look at the unicorn and see a different thing. But the gap areas that have led us to not really defining the humanitarian development peace nexus. One is the lack of national ownership and leadership on solutions. No solution can be put forward if countries themselves, communities themselves are not part of that solution. And as humanitarians, we tend to rush in. We have our supply chains. We can do things very fast, very efficiently. But at the end of the day, what we don't recognize is the role of communities, authorities themselves in advancing those solutions. So seeing communities and local and national actors as agents rather than beneficiaries, changing the terminology. The second gap is that we have seen humanitarian development peace nexus as a sequential process. First we do humanitarian, and then we start thinking about development because it's taking too long, and then let's mix in some peace at the end of the day because we also need to stabilize the situation. However, we should not see an approach, a comprehensive approach that includes humanitarian development and peace elements, as an exit strategy. It's an entry strategy. We should start our intervention with in mind, this is a human development problem. We do have to bring in the peace elements from day one. And the last gap has been particularly in resource allocation. Humanitarian funding is available early on in the situation, but solutions are only being looked at much later on. So these solutions funding is, in the developmental sense, coming much later or too late even. And too often do we use humanitarian funding for solutions, and too rarely do we see the solutions funding or resources being available early on. So the transformation in approach from a humanitarian approach, rushing in, doing the right thing, saving lives, and I'll talk about that later on in my second intervention, this very much hinges on a better understanding of the communities, of their needs, the impact of assistance that we're trying to bring about, and AI can play a major role in that transformation. And we'll hear about that from other colleagues around the table. Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, Peter. You've raised a lot of points there for us. I want to ask Gavin now, with that definition from Peter and some of the points he's raised, looking at some of the resource issues, national ownership, and coming back to even the remarks from our res rep on serving, the constituents, the beneficiaries. What would you say are the overarching use cases of AI to support this humanitarian peace development nexus?
Thank you, Margaret and Peter. I think at the high level, the key themes are really about proactive crisis management. So it really is trying to get ahead of the crisis as it occurs. You've also then got the efficient resource allocation. So once you're actually on the ground, things are occurring, you can in real time reallocate resources to the best possible outcome. You've also got the ability to enhance development initiatives to make sure they are targeted and actually effective, controlled, tracked, and designed. And also the strengthened peace-building efforts in advance of the crisis occurring. So if you map those to the three elements of the HDP, from a humanitarian point of view, disaster prediction is an amazing use case for AI, given the ability to actually crunch through tons and tons of data, but actually then steer it in the right direction. Also taking in different streams, so from satellite data, drones, fire sensors, you can also then start to create early warnings in that space to preactively prevent things from occurring, or at least move people to safety in the instance of floods or fire occurrences. You've also got things like real-time analysis of resource allocation as it's occurring to make sure you can move things to where they should be best used, best deployed. And then in the worst case scenario, the actual damage assessments, flying drones, satellite data, to again see what's happened where and how best to react to that situation. So that's a view and a lens on the humanitarian action. If you then step through to development, a key piece, which I'm sure Sebastian will talk about later, is personalized learning and how you can link up and tailor our different individuals. You've also got things like poverty mapping and intervention targeting. Again, crunching lots of different data sets to figure out how best to deploy scarce resources. Looking at things like farming, agriculture, sustainable agriculture, creating models to predict weather patterns, planting, soil, all those kind of good elements. And then from the peace point of view, it really is looking at conflict prediction to try and actually get ahead of it and mitigate the conflict from occurring, but also then trying to actually identify misinformation, hate speech, and flag those items to again try and prevent it from occurring or even escalating. And then the final piece, to my mind, is really then in that space, the communication and transformation to enable people to come together to post the conflict, work towards a more inspiring future.
Very good. Thanks for that, Gavin. I want to just ask Amar now to go a little bit more, because you spoke a bit about the humanitarian aspect, but focus a little bit more on the development side. And what are the key areas that you see within the development sector where AI can play the most significant role in bridging the digital divide, right? Because we know that not everybody has access to digital interventions and platforms. And AI, we've been hearing the last 2 days, is where we're going, but how can you see this really being used to help to bridge that divide in the development context?
Right. Thank you, Margaret. I'm honored to be here today. Before I answer that, I just want to put AI in context. So many of us know about GPT. We go in and ask it a question and wait for answers. And in GPT, now we're in GPT-4. So GPT-3 basically holds more than 45 terabytes of data. That amount of text that is fed into these generative models will take each of us 500,000 lifetimes to read. So that's how big that amount is. But before we actually take that for granted, we need to ensure the integrity of that data. So this is a collective responsibility that I call upon everybody to make sure that we feed these systems, correct data, unbiased data, to make sure that it serves our purposes, it serves us put policies in perspective, and to really serve humanity. To answer your question more directly, there are a few areas that I think we need to focus on, and most importantly for me is resource allocation and optimization. We know very well that many of the resources, whether they're natural or otherwise, are becoming more scarce. So AI used the correct way, will really help us optimize these resources and make sure that we use them more efficiently, whether they are in agriculture, whether we use that in smart grids to feed electricity to many different sectors. And these require us to really understand local and specific context to make sure that it's not a general AI policy or strategy. We need to be mindful of marginalized, unserved communities around the world and tailor those solutions to these communities. Also, AI, one of the important things that it can serve is really enhance monitoring and evaluation and accountability. I spoke about resource allocation. Most of the resources are really wasted because of corruption, misuse, not knowing how to use these resources, and AI can really help optimize and monitor these resources. So one last call, collective call, is we really need to work together to eliminate bias in AI, because it will not serve its purpose if it's not serving humanity. We need to bring in everybody on board. Everybody has to be accounted for, and no social or age or sex group is excluded from that.
Thanks, Amar. So I want to now go to Sebastian. I want to build on that last comment you made about ensuring that we eliminate biases. So Sebastian, maybe you can help us on this. So building on the aspects of the ongoing advances in AI and again, trying to eliminate the digital divide, can you share your perspective on how we harness the way we learn to be more advantageous, particularly to ensure that we clear these biases?
Yes, thank you, Margaret, and thank you, HCI, and its organizers for the opportunity to be here. It's a true honor. The world is changing, and our learning should too. AI is part of that wind of change, and we have really the opportunity to harness it, and we should. What does AI promise? It promises personalized learning for every student. It promises to deliver democratization of learning. It can adapt to each and every context. It can provide a pathway, learning pathways for lifelong learning. And it promises to deliver something that education has been striving to achieve for the past several decades, which is autonomy and agency of the learner. AI also has the chance in the HDP Nexus to provide learners a better understanding of the humanitarian efforts and opportunities, as well as the development opportunities, and as well as the peace challenges and opportunities of the populations that the learners are in. And this at the touch of a button. Of course, it has its challenges. For that, we need to understand AI and how to use it. We need to provide AI literacy. We go back to the key role of the teacher, but now the teacher has to move into a shift that basically is as if we were talking about a second or third revolution. Some decades ago, the teacher had to, with the advent of internet, had to understand that knowledge was much broader accessible in the internet. At the touch of a button again, students could access knowledge that didn't reside solely in the hands or in the knowledge of the teacher. With COVID, this happened as well in the sense that learning didn't need to happen in the classroom. It could be done remotely. This required another challenge for the teachers to adapt. And now the mentoring, the design of classes, the interventions, the adoption and adaptation of different kinds of activities is also supported through AI. Tremendous challenge for the teachers. Again, winds of change that we should harness and take advantage of. There is definitely a risk, the digital divide, and we could even talk about an AI divide on top of the digital divide, and we can talk a bit more about that later. But we have the chance to improve quality and impact in our students like never before.
Thanks, Sebastian. So, Noor, this really is a good opportunity for you now to to help us to expand a little bit more on your thoughts of this digital transformation, this digital age, especially as you're at the university, and maybe just say a little bit more about how you see this focusing on healthcare, because I know that's an area that you're working in.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you for having me, and I'm so honored to be part of this dialogue among pioneers in the field. I'm humbled to be here, and I'm going to be mindful of time. So when you asked me about digital transformation, back in the days, it was more of a futuristic dream that we're going to be living in a digital setting where everything is aligned with robotics and AI. But this is not a luxury dream anymore. It became a necessity. And part of the strategy of Vision 2030 is to have Saudi Arabia among the 15 leading countries in the world that actually deploy AI in their ecosystem, and especially heavily in healthcare. We spend about 60 to 70 billion riyals every year on healthcare itself. And that's a big burden. But imagine including artificial intelligence and digital setting to actually expand in delivering healthcare without the finance expenses and burden. So what digital transformation is doing here, it's creating a tool that facilitates healthcare to all, cut down the expenses and time, and also including the predictive management for disease. So we're no longer a reactive ecosystem, but more of an active ecosystem where we use data to feed our AI and digitalizing tool to predict what's coming next for our healthcare system. So these digitalizing method is expanding on healthcare. But what's really important, and it brought us here in the dialogue, that digital transformation is actually offering equity. Equity is one of the most important pillars that's often neglected in the dialogue, but what digital transformation is offering is equity and also accessibility. So imagine that with Saha Virtual Hospital, one of the initiatives that happened during the Vision 2030 is having a virtual hospital where a lot of people can access without the need to be at the setting. We used actually Saha Virtual Hospital in the earthquake that happened in Turkey, and how we were able to cross-border help humanitarian relief in digital accessibility for healthcare. So this is one of these amazing examples of why digital ecosystem is not a luxury, it's becoming a necessity for human development.
Perfect. Thanks very much for that. I want to come back now to Peter, now that you've spoken about the virtual hospital and response in humanitarian context. And also, I think almost every speaker spoke about resources and funding for this. So Peter, if you can just say a little bit more, because the changing donor landscape is pretty obvious to everybody over the past few weeks and months. In years even, and this is sort of leading a call for humanitarian reform. So, David, if you think we need to kind of go back to basics and maybe just focus on life-saving, the humanitarian aspect, rather than this nexus, but how would you see AI playing a role in this?
So this is where I get to say that I'm happy I'm retired and no longer have to work as a humanitarian coordinator trying to scrounge for money to help people survive. But we've seen a massive free fall in budgets, in aid budgets, and not just in the US, on USAID, but you see it amongst traditionally very reliable donors in Europe, the UK, the Netherlands, Germany, in Scandinavia as well. And we see this as a cash crisis. And I think that's a mistake, because there is something fundamentally more going on than this just being a shortage of money. And we can't prioritize our way out of this. We cannot just reduce the number of beneficiaries or just increase our efficiency and delivery and think that we'll be okay with that. This is much more of an existential crisis. The reality is that we see a reduced respect of international law, humanitarian principles, and international solidarity. This is all at an international all-time low. So we don't just have to do things differently, we have to do different things. And I think this is, I'll come to that in the end, AI can play a major role in that. The great risk in just simply going back to life-saving is that we will be shooting ourselves in the foot. It may look logical, it may look you're using the resource in the right way, but I don't think that's the case. And again, AI can be a major tool to help us out of this. So we need to rebuild the case for international solidarity. The reality is we see a country-first approach. I don't have to be more specific than that. Not just the US, we see this in other countries as well. Country first. And it's actually a very nice starting point for us to rebuild the case for international solidarity. Pure life-saving humanitarian interventions leading to very long-term protracted emergencies are not in anyone's interest. Not in the interest of the country that's suffering, nor in the interest of donors who will have to save these lives multiple times. So life-saving can lead easily to non-sustainable programs, are not economically sound, and therefore not, as I said, in the interest of countries themselves. Many humanitarian situations, particularly those that are climate change or disaster-driven, are preventable, foreseeable, but I wouldn't only limit this to climate change. Also, conflict, to a large extent, can be much more preempted by early investment, particularly in communities. So these initial, early and preemptive investments, national and local ownership that I referred to before, are key new targets for us to be aiming for. And in all these aspirations, the role of AI, and we'll hear more about it, we've already heard quite a lot from colleagues on this, is really, really key. Let me give you a very simple example of two contexts where I worked as a humanitarian coordinator. In both Haiti and in Somalia, you have regular flooding in the same area every year, right? It wouldn't really take a genius to invest in flood protection so that communities don't have to sit on top of their roofs for 3 months a year. Yet this happens every year. As a humanitarian coordinator, I cannot get money from development actors to invest in this to prevent for the next 10 years the same thing from happening. AI could be a major tool that helps us project and demonstrate both to governments and to donors that going just life-saving and short-term is not a way to go. This is a very small example, but it could be many more. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. You've raised another key issue there, sort of in the investment, right? Because this is it that it's easy to get donors to respond when there is a major issue, but the sort of long-term investment. But I want to throw this now back to Sebastian in terms of these AI tools, right? When we have these tools, how do we bring them to the persons that require them? Whether you're talking about in a tertiary institutional educational setting or for the decision makers to help to inform some of these. How do we get those tools out?
Yes, so the funding challenge is a major challenge, and briefly mentioned before, there's a digital divide and an AI divide, and in the digital divide, we still haven't managed to close the gap of having electricity in certain communities, being able to provide internet devices, the technical support to those devices. Without those, we can't even start having AI or AI literacy. But now the AI divide on top of that, is access to quality AI tools, the training of the teachers on AI literacy, which is of course beginning to ramp up, and the usage. I believe there's quite a bit of synergy with sustainability and HDP Nexus agenda, in that some of the off-grid solutions that, for example, could help communities that are far from existing networks, also provide renewable energy to communities that could find a way to access, therefore, satellite internet and the like, that could have access to what is needed for AI to reach those far-off communities. Local language and cultural adaptations are also crucial, and drive economic inclusion through the provision of AI alternatives to job creation and to entrepreneurship. So we talk in this conference about the Learn, Belong, Act tripod or three-legged stool, and I think it is important. We talked about learning, but I think belong is also quite crucial, in that this is an opportunity as well to provide access points, for example, in community centers. to give grants to impact initiatives that are localized, to connect entrepreneurs with funding. The risks continue being resource concentration, bias in AI systems, which Amar was mentioning before. So we have to be very careful what the data sets we provide are, so that recommendations and what AI gives back is not biased towards or against certain communities. Job displacement, of course, how do we do the reskilling or upskilling, privacy and surveillance, and those infrastructure gaps that we talked about before. Where I see the road ahead for cooperation and progress in all these regards to bridge the gap is we need a multi-stakeholder approach. International governments, companies, NGOs, international organizations like the UNDP need to come together to provide accessible, also low bandwidth AI solutions so that it doesn't require necessarily exclusively high resource AI tools. The community-centered design, co-designing with communities so that the solutions are appropriate to the recipients and the future users, and then the governance of algorithms and AI biases in addition to reskilling programs.
Excellent. So I want to thank you for that, Sebastian. You've raised a point I want to throw back now to Amar. Because in terms of getting these tools out, you spoke about jobs, upskilling, access to communities. So I want Amar to maybe just say a little bit about how can we ensure that we leave no one behind in the development context.
Okay, thanks again, Margaret. So maybe I'll give an update about what UNDP is doing to address all of these points. So as part of the UNDP's Digital for Sustainable Development initiative, we created a vertical that we call AI for Sustainable Development. And we realized early on that this cannot be achieved just by the UNDP, so we really created a platform for everybody to contribute to. So we're all familiar with the PPP model, right? The public-private partnership models in driving, projects on all scales. But what we added is another piece, so we call it the public-private people partnership. And the people really focuses on, academic institutions, civil society, and the voice of citizens in every country. So what we try to do is we try to integrate all these elements of AI, all of these elements of data analysis with sustainable development in a way that is human-centered. And when I say human-centered, we really need to ensure that AI has transparency and integrity by design. So we need to advocate, AI system developers to make sure that when they develop these systems, these chatbots or these algorithms, we make sure that transparency and equitable access and no bias is integrated from the design stage. Another thing also we are advocating for, we're working with governments and international organizations on making sure that we have robust data governance mechanisms in place. Whether it's in health, education, or any other sector, we need to make sure that data governance is monitored very closely. Another thing Sebastian just mentioned is we need to build capacity in AI, and we need to continuously upskill our workforce, our students, our policymakers, most importantly. They all need to be up to date with AI on different levels. I circle back to inclusivity. We need to make sure that we monitor the development of AI systems to make sure no one is left behind. All human needs are met by these AI systems. And this actually requires multi-stakeholder engagement, continuous dialogue. So forums like this are very important to drive this development forward. And all of this will result in equitable access. At the early days of the internet, we didn't have equitable access to the internet. And today, we have large populations that don't have access to the internet in many parts of the world. So what we need to do is we need, people and countries boast about their connectivity rates. But for me, connectivity really has to be meaningful connectivity. Connectivity that is affordable, is beneficial to people. And we need to do that with AI, because AI is moving a lot faster than other technologies, and the rate of adoption and the rate of innovation is much, much faster than telecom or internet in the past century. So I really want the PPP model to be, PPP model to be really effective and really be put to the test to realize these visions.
I like that PPPP model. I want to come back to Peter on the three strands of the HDP, but before I do that, Peter, I want to just come back to Noor first to build on what Gavin has, Amar, has spoken about, and then I want to come to Gavin on this issue of human-centered training and so on. So Noor, just focus a little bit more about the human capability issue in terms of your perspectives on the role of universities, specifically on research and development agenda in this field.
Amazing. So universities are no longer just a hub of knowledge. They're more and more becoming an ecosystem builder for everything that we're heading into. I look at the university as a huge think tank. It brings in researchers and students in one place to connect and bridge between knowledge and the market. And what's amazing about the role of universities is that they're not working just into teaching the students, but also creating a human capability programs where a lot of these graduates come into the market ready. So part of what we're doing here with the new transformation of technology and AI, we see a lot of programs that are emerging into medical school. Like back then in the days, a doctor was just a doctor with a lab coat that goes in and deal with patient. But nowadays, we're teaching doctors how to use technology as part of their system. And that's the shift that you would see as part of the university academia approach to teach these students to become part of the talent market. But it's also important that I want to go back to his comment earlier when you said there is no unicorns. And I agree. But why? I think because we still disregard the importance of university. We always focus on let's create solutions, let's go to like business owner and private sector and create something who's a solution. But knowledge comes from innovation. Innovation comes from knowledge. But also, we are a different generation. The younger generation, they were born into technology. They were born into the digital world. They look at things differently. It's like playing with Lego. My production would be different from this generation. And that's why I always go back to university students and ask them to answer the question. For instance, ChatGPT, when it came out, it took us longer time, the older generation took us longer time to know how to use it. But the younger generation, because they know how to use technology, they know how to ask the right questions, they knew how to actually create solutions. And if you notice that a lot of the tech products that came using generative AI, ChatGPT, came from students who are under 25. And that's amazing. And I saw in the past 2 years that we were able to increase patents in technology from students by 40%. And that's because of inclusion of technology and artificial intelligence. And it's just an answer to show you that university should not be just a place to give a credit that, okay, now you can apply for a job. No, a university is a think tank where institutes, researchers, and policymakers should come in to sit together to ask the right questions so we can answer. So I look at university, and I'm going to say this, an R&D to impact pipeline, not just a knowledge-based ecosystem.
Yeah, thanks for that. And that comment that you made, Noor, about the younger generation, not only just knowing how to use the tools, but I think in many cases, the older generation, I guess I'm one of them, we don't even want to use the tools. Like when ChatGPT first came out, like, no, that's not what to do. You have to open your book and read and sit in the library and, you know, but it's a very changing world. So I want to just go to Gavin and tell us what excites you about sort of leveraging this AI, you know, and really embracing the way young people are thinking on this.
Well, I think it's an amazing time to be alive and working and have this opportunity at our fingertips. It really is incredible what people with access to a Gen AI can actually do. So to Peter's point earlier about people-powered solutions, it really is like having every single professional service expert in your pocket. So, and I think to Noah's point, when you're then working with trying to teach younger people, they just use it. They are tech native, they're AI native. So it's more, to my mind, is more around the human-computer interface, how people will actually stop having to fill in the form. I'm hoping that in 2-3 years' time, I will never type my name into a form again, because it's just going to be there. It'll know who I am. It'll be there. It'll be a chat. I might never have to type again. I can actually just speak and be understood. So I think those are really exciting aspects to look at. And I think it really is the people power, the co-creation, and just enabling people to work how they want to work and learn how they want to learn. So you can leverage the whole world at your fingertips and get there. So for example, I actually used one of the chats as a panel coach this morning and re-scripted all of my answers to make sure I was panel answering aware, and that would have cost you money in the past, and it was free and took half an hour. So you have all these things at your fingertips. It's just about trying to excite people and how best to use them for that use case. And I think for the development world, the really exciting phase we're looking at is how to codify the knowledge of experts like Peter, for example, 35 years out in the field. He knows how to do things. He's got playbooks he's written, if I can talk about that, Peter, is that all right? Yeah. So playbooks and how to actually go and respond to a disaster situation. It's 200 pages long. It requires a lot of training and learning to understand, but we can actually then embed that in a database and publish it as a golden source of the truth. And so you can then start to create the future of trusted sources of humanitarian action and playbooks, which anyone in the world can then reference as, this is the UNDP playbook on humanitarian assistance. And then in the future, that'll become an AI agent, which can then talk to the supply chain agent, we can talk to predictive models, and in real time be assessing availability of supplies based on chance of a war against the playbook to then actually keep on forecasting where things can be. So I think for me, it's so exciting that whatever your imagination can think of, you can actually create and deliver.
Yeah. And I like what you said about allowing people to, I think you said, work how they want to work and learn how they want to learn. So Sebastian, I want you to just say a little bit about how the AI tools in the classroom can help, right? So we're talking about learning about AI, but how can AI be used to help people to learn how to learn?
Absolutely. In fact, I've been working on an AI tool to help specifically and tactically the teacher in the classroom connect through Google Classroom with a student in ways that were unimaginable before, providing a 24/7 teaching assistant. For what? For the teacher to be able to, in much less time, create activities that are impactful, relevant, authentic, and to address something that has always been a challenge, which is interdisciplinary projects. And why is it a challenge? Because until now, teachers really struggle to be able to meet with other teachers and to plan jointly activities that are cross-discipline and that are connected to a curriculum. Curriculums take a long time to be redefined and redesigned, and teachers don't usually share planning time to create these interdisciplinary activities that mirror reality. So we've been teaching sort of in the wrong way until now, and AI has that power to unleash the crossing of boundaries and the connection with real problems. It also provides 24/7 personalized tutoring for students. And if done the right way, it doesn't necessarily have to be just allowing students to go out and have a dialogue with a random chat, because this could be monitored by the teachers, and in that way teachers can also coach and mentor students as to how they're asking follow-up questions, how they're drilling down, how they're prompting AI, which are all capabilities that are required now for the future. Now, the teacher will have more time because many of the bureaucratic aspects will be done much more quickly by AI. So we need to focus on what really is distinctively human. And that connection between two people, as somebody said before, people matter, teachers, students matter, parents matter, we're all lifelong learners, and AI, if used wisely, can help us connect with what's distinctively human. And finally, I want to just mention, all of this also needs to help in a previous challenge that we've had in education systems, which is move away from content and knowledge and focus on life skills. And the life skills is something that AI, again, used wisely, can help us focus on. Life skills that really have to prepare communities of learners and indistinctively of their age to come together and, as the hashtag of the conference is, be beyond ready. Ready for what? Ready for the unknown, ready for the opportunity we have ahead of us, which is tremendous. Thank you.
Excellent, thanks for that. So I want to come back now to Peter and the original kind of where we started, right, on the HDP Nexus. And I think we're just coming to the end of the session, so I have kind of one last question for everybody. So if we can keep it maybe to a minute and a half for the response on this. But Peter, just to come back to you on the three strands, right, of the HDP Nexus, the humanitarian development, the peace. And coming back also, everybody here has spoken about the people we serve, being people-centered, the beneficiaries. And how successful do you think we are in this regard as the international community in responding in the HDP Nexus?
Right. Sort of as a technological dummy in the room, I still see very much the potential for it, and I'll focus on that for a second. We all claim to be people-centric, humanitarian development, peace actors. But in reality, the way I've seen this working out in practice is that we use this whole issue of being people-centric and accountability to our beneficiaries as humanitarians, really to get the competitive edge over others. And I'll demonstrate it by saying that as a humanitarian coordinator, I found it impossible for agencies to share their accountability mechanisms with each other. Because if you know my weakness, if you know what I don't do well, you could do better than me and you can get more resources. And unfortunately, this sounds very vulgar, this is still very much what drives largely our so-called people centricity in many cases. I think the very exciting part of AI is that in a sense it makes this approach a bit more anonymous, and that sounds weird, but again an example, I met in South Sudan with a group of young people who said, look, we feel that we're firewood that are thrown on the fire of the conflict by our leaders, and if we speak out, we're in direct danger. So you made that point, Gavin. We need to protect our sources, we need to protect the communities, we need to protect the individuals, and AI is a fantastic mechanism to get information, to get what really lives amongst individuals and communities without endangering those, which is very easy to do. So for me, it's very clear our people centricity can potentially very much be improved by the use of AI. It's much less, obviously, labor intensive, much less capital intensive, and it really protects our beneficiaries, our clients, whilst we can represent them better by knowing what's going on amongst them. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Peter. Amar, last point from you on how AI can really be effectively integrated into the sustainable development framework, you know, to be sure that we are inclusive.
Yes. To do that, there are several ways of integrating in AI into different development aspects. Sebastian and Noor addressed education and health very well, so I will not touch on those. But I want to really emphasize on a sector that really drives the livelihood of many people around the world, especially in LDCs, which is the banking sector, financial inclusion, access to finance, access to microloans. What we see today is AI is really embedded into the banking sector, and that comes with huge risks of biases and excludes many segments of populations from having a fair share of in the financial ecosystem. So what we need to make sure that access to finance and financial inclusion really is unbiased, is equitable, and it's fair. Because, and this is my next point is, I want to give an example of the agricultural sector, which is the livelihood of millions of people in the parts of the world that I come from. Their livelihood depends on the crops they sell. And it's a cycle. They will not be able to actually really plant those trees if they don't have the right financing. But they're cut out of the financial ecosystem because of an AI bias here and there. So we need to make sure that the ecosystem is monitored very well, and it's fair and it's equitable. And one important point also I want to emphasize, especially in the global south, is the sovereignty of our AI data. What we see today is these transformers like GPTs are fed data from the global south or least developed countries without any control of these countries. So we need to really make sure that we negotiate and advocate for digital data sovereignty of those countries, and to have a say into retaining and making sure that at least we clean up that data before it's fed into these digital AI systems, because the result of inquiries from the AI systems can be wrong, totally wrong, and then creates more bias. So it's a virtuous circle that multilateral organizations like UNDP can really intervene and make sure that we take preventive measures.
Yeah, thanks for that. And very good points raised there about the access to financing. And it comes back, Peter, to the development aspects, right? Not just the humanitarian aspects. I mean, just being able to invest in the future that we want to live in. Noor, last point for you, if you can just share a little bit linking to this and your role at the university, and any last points on how you see
Definitely,
AI.
absolutely. It's not going to take a minute. If you're going to give me an hour, that would be great.
I wish.
I wish. But through the Alpha High, which is Al Faisal Health Innovation Center, we do a lot of programs, whether it was training or university to university collaboration or competition, or even a program where we want to create something from a question that has been asked in the market. And our focus is how can we have something called applied humanitarian or applied human AI. And I'm so proud to say that we have so many products, and it ranges from from high school student all the way to university or postgraduate. During the summer, we have summer program where we collaborate with young students from junior high and high school, where we present to them a problem and they come up with a solution. But before presenting the problem, we actually train them on what skills and what we have there. So I have a student who's 17 years old. He has a startup now, which is an artificial intelligence platform and a digital platform, which is a metaverse called 21verse, that is a clinic for people with Down syndrome. And imagine that bringing all of the Down syndrome in Saudi Arabia ecosystem into one platform to help them, get that diagnosis or get the therapy that they need. We have other products, for instance, HopeLens, which is a co-creation between Prince Sultan University and Al Faisal University, which uses augmented reality as part of the lens to diagnose a burn, and it gives you also the description of the level of the burn. That's amazing. That's coming from students who are not even graduated and in the market. So there's so many things that comes out of the university. And what I'm actually putting it out there, that the university create, but we also need the outer ecosystem, which is the market or regulatory part, to come in and start collaborating with the university to take the solution. The solution should not be just a trophy on our cabinet that this is something that we've created. We want to see the ecosystem approaching these universities and allowing these students to thrive. They're the future, and I see around the room, by the way, there's at least 7 students from both universities sitting here and listening to this. They're the future, so coming to us is coming to these students. So thank you so much for this chance.
Excellent, thank you. And last question, I'm going to give the last question to Gavin, and it's going to be a short question, but look, this could be another hour-long discussion, because Sebastian, spoke about learning and how learning to learn and learning with the tools, and we spoke before about the digital divide, right? Because if we still come to PPPP, the people, or beneficiaries, being people-centered and so on. Just your last point there, Gavin, on how can we actually use AI to bridge the digital divide, right? Because AI poses a risk of really pushing the digital divide even wider. So how can we actually use it to bridge so that those who are at risk of being most left behind are not left behind?
So I'll go very quickly. I'll try to speak slowly, but go quickly. I think the key thing for me is that Gen AI brings the ability to actually use voice and image. So we all tend to use it for typing and getting cool answers from ChatGPT and other models. So how I see it being really impactful is that you can actually be illiterate and just talk into a phone and get a response with a voice, and that AI model will have actually potentially have heard that I am a South African and I am an English South African and my Afrikaans isn't very good, so I will speak to him with this language, with this tone, with these kind of voice nuances, and so I can actually then interact with any system or any bank or anything using my voice. And now with image generation, it can also then talk to me with images. So I can ask the question and then it can actually create an image that's culturally localized to respond to the question for me. So if you're going to talk about farming and finance very quickly, you could stand in a field with a phone and say, this is my field, I'd like a planting plan and funding without being able to actually type anything, and the AI could use satellite image, see where you are, geolocate you, look at the current market price forecast of weather demand, and tell you to plant sorghum this year instead of maize, and how to plant it with a planting plan, and also then see your previous history of planting and get you finance to fund that piece, as well as then send you updates of images of pests and how to address them. So that is just changing the interface. There's no more typing and reading. It's purely audio and visual. And I think that is really exciting, being able to drive the change in that direction.
Excellent, thank you. So thank you very much to the esteemed panel. This has been a very rich discussion. I've learned a lot. And this could have been a 3-hour session because there's so much information there. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating, and please join me in a round of applause for our panel today. Thank you.
the pleasure to start this conversation today, which is about bridging the gap, empowering youth with future-ready skills. I have the privilege of a panel which is comprising of some of the great names in the industry. The topic today is all about the mega forces which are shaping our society and workplace. To me, it looks like that wherever you go, each conversation is about demographic shifts, climate change, geopolitical situations, trade wars, exponential technologies, and stress social systems. We have the honor of His Excellency Ahmed Al-Moed, General Secretary of the Supreme Council for Youth and Sports Kingdom of Bahrain with us. His Excellency is a strategic leader and transformational expert with a focus on governance, youth empowerment, and economic development. He serves as Secretary General of Bahrain's Supreme Council for Youth and Sports, steering national strategies for youth engagement and sports infrastructure. As Chairman of Arab Shipbuilding and Repair Yard and Kempinski Hotels Board, he oversees large-scale industrial and hospitality operations. He founded and led the Hope Fund, a national impact initiative investing in youth-driven ventures. He has held leadership roles at Bahrain Bourse, Al-Moed Holdings, and the Education and Training Quality Authority. His career spans public service, including as Bahrain's Minister of Youth and Sports, and private sector leadership, driving organizational pivots and policy reforms. A Cambridge MBA graduate, he combines legal acumen with corporate strategy to advance sustainable development and multilateral collaboration across sectors. We are fortunate to have you here on this panel, sir, and we invite you for your opening remarks to take this discussion forward.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, first of all, for the introduction, and thank you for the invite. Allow me just very quickly maybe to introduce myself. Ayman Moyed, as you heard, from the Kingdom of Bahrain. Until recently, I was the Minister for Youth and Sports. I was promoted to Secretary General of the Supreme Council for Youth and Sports. Now, as far as titles are concerned, very few people would understand or know from outside of Bahrain what the Supreme Council for Youth and Sports does. And so, if you'll allow me to give you some context, the reality of the matter is that as far as policymakers are concerned and as far as Bahrain is concerned, and you see this around the world, the vast majority of us create initiatives that are very reactive at times based on tendencies in markets and so on. And so what we usually see is that we have good willing and good meaning initiatives that get initiated, but then once the issue no longer is in the press, those initiatives die out. So what the Supreme Council for Youth and Sports does is we try to make sure, and our job is to make sure, that we know where we're going, we know what our due north is, we know what initiatives we're initiating, what resources we're allocating to those initiatives, and we ensure that we know what we're measuring for those initiatives. Now, when I say youth in sports, it's primarily youth in addition to sports. So our mandate covers anything that has youth as a touch point. So anything that serves youth, anything that regulates youth, anything that interacts with youth falls under our preview for regulation. So now, having said that, just to bring you back to our discussion points for today, when the Supreme Council works on strategy, we try to identify or distill what exactly it is that we're trying to solve for. So when we were looking at education reform, which I think is relevant to today's discussion as far as skills is concerned, we wanted to know what exactly is it that we're looking for. And the example that we tried to use is something that we did successfully in sports a few years ago. So what we sat down as far as sports is concerned, we wanted to figure out what our key objectives and metrics are. And what that got distilled into was gold only. So we came out with one KPI that trickled down throughout the system. What we wanted to do is we wanted to make sure that we're preparing athletes, preparing the institutions to ensure that they can compete at the highest level. So as far as any employee in the ministry is concerned, as far as anybody in any federation is concerned, as far as any athlete is concerned, everybody knows our gold-only slogan. So fast forward with that, we went to the Olympics. We're the highest achieving country in the Olympics, in the Gulf Cup, where we won the latest Gulf Cup. Statistically speaking, it is an improbability. Bahrain, with our size, cannot win what we win in the Olympics. We cannot win what we win in international sports. Now, bringing it back to education, what we wanted to do is we wanted to take the same methodology and to allocate it to that. So as far as due north is concerned, what we wanted to focus on was simply employability. And so we went back to the universities, we went back to the ministry, we went back to all the stakeholders to try to assess if we were to hold employability as our true north, how would your initiatives link to those, and how would you be measuring over time? And as soon as we gave that to the universities themselves dreaded us measuring the employability of their graduates. So they themselves dreaded us visiting them once a year or every 6 months to establish whether the graduates have been employed, are they employable, and so on. And by virtue of that, we started to very quickly then understand that there is a huge disconnect. That's the gap that we're talking about today. There's a huge disconnect between what we're exporting out of our schools and universities, what we're producing, and the skills that are actually needed in the workforce. So having said that, it was time then to reverse engineer it. And so now in Bahrain, as far as any initiative is concerned, anything that comes out of education, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to provide us with your business case. You're supposed to explain that, number one, you understand that we're looking for employability. Number two, try to explain to us why this particular initiative would move the dial when it comes to employability. And then number three, if you were to move backwards as well and see the infrastructure that is required, whether it links to employability. And of course, for the people that live in academia, this is very, very daunting because it seems that there's a huge disconnect or lack of communication between the private sector, the public sector, the employers, and so on. And so the one thing that I noticed as far as the title is concerned that I think is of relevance is we talked about gaps, which is fantastic. I think we're all on the same page. We talked about empowerment, or I see the text about empowerment, which is also fantastic because as long as we're providing information to the stakeholders for them to make informed decisions, I think we're in good hands. Number three, we talked about skills. I think the two things that we didn't talk about in the title that are relevant to what we need to talk about is accreditation, and that's rapid accreditation, which is essential for us. And then the other bit that I think is also essential is this communication gap between the employers and so on. So we need to know who the audience is. It is the employer. If the skills that we're developing are no longer wanted by the employers, then what's the point of doing that? Now, having said all of that, that's what we're doing with education in a very simplistic manner. It is fantastic when you see the system rowing in the same direction. The change, like we heard our moderator say, we focus on change management. So from a change perspective, as soon as everybody's rowing in the same direction, it becomes brilliant. Then we started finally to look at self-employment. So yes, we looked at employment and employability as an educational outcome, but then we wanted to look at self-employment. And from self-employment is where Hope Fund was generated. Because when we went back to our due north, when we went back to our why to try to establish what the purpose behind all of our initiatives are, the answer really was that we're looking to synthesize a hopeful youth, a hopeful generation. Because as far as we're concerned, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if they are hopeful, they'll find the opportunities and they'll move on to great things. And if they're not hopeful, it's also a self-fulfilling prophecy. And so everything that Hope Fund does truly measures whether this will move the dial as far as hope is concerned. So I'll give you an example of a few initiatives that we have. So Hope Fund has Hope Ventures. Hope Ventures is a venture capital firm that invests in young startups. We've got very clear metrics. It is very transparent. One can very easily interact with that. If you go online, you'll see that we have a Biban, which is one of Hope Ventures' shows online that establishes the methodology in assessing investments and so on. So that's Hope Ventures. We then have Hope Talents. Hope Talents sits with our high performing graduates, young graduates, and our job is to support them in finding jobs. So for all intents and purposes, it's a recruitment firm that focuses on youth. And it is doing fantastically well. Recently, we saw that there's an issue with regards to retention. And so we created a national lottery that celebrates retention and employment, which is something that we launched over the last few days. So really the point of it is, with sports, we had gold only. With education, we looked at employability. With youth, we looked at hope. And so really the context that we want to bring to the table is the importance of focus. So particularly for this conversation, yes, we're talking about a gap. We're talking about the requirements for empowerment and the requirements for upskilling. But really, I would also maybe suggest that it's not simply upskilling. It's not time-factored upskilling. It's rapid, frictionless upskilling that is automated, that is easy to absorb, with a touch of automated accreditation and such. And so with that, that's a very small synopsis, if you will, on some of the things that we're doing in Bahrain, and we're excited to hear about what everybody else is doing as well. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It's truly a powerful narrative that you laid in front of us, that how public and private institutions can work together and create hope in the society. One of the very powerful that I could notice about Hope Fund was creating a startup ecosystem in Bahrain. And to me, it looks like that somewhere you created a hope in the society that youth not only can take charge of themselves, but they can also become a change agent, because when they are doing a startup, they are actually trying to solve a societal problem.
Right.
So this is a very powerful, the theme of empowering youth is not only about making them ready for a world of work, but also believing in them that they can take charge of themselves and the society around them. And how did this thought actually came to your institutions? And your experience of this belief in youth will be very enlightening for all of us.
So, again, I mean, as with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, what we tried to do was to diagnose the reasoning behind the problems that we have, similar to any other society. And one of the factors that we tried to measure, and did so successfully, I think, and continue to do so quarterly, is the level of the level of hope within our youthful community. And so what we started to notice is that every once in a while, when something good happens, something great happens, you can feel it reverberate throughout the community. And so the question was, is it important for us to try to synthesize it ourselves, or do we just simply need to shed light on that? And really the answer is, in any community, in any society, there's enough good things that are happening, but there aren't enough people that are shedding light on them. So by virtue of that, that gave birth to a very, very specific initiative, which is the TV show that we created. So the TV show dealt with entrepreneurs as young as 7 years old and as old as 35 years old. Where the dial actually moved quite a bit, just to give some context, is where an individual decided to create his new IT company, came on the show, had some traction, and very quickly thereafter sold some of their equity to us, and then a few months later sold it for $10 million. The idea is you really had just one big bang that you require to create that sort of ripple. So the answer is yes. I mean, the answer is our biggest challenge was positive noise, because what we're trying to compete with is all the negative noise that's around, right? So the news trickles down so quickly when anything bad happens, and it doesn't do so when good things happen. So what HOPE is intended to do is to generate extreme amounts of noise on real case studies that are on the ground.
So it's truly powerful that whenever we have a dialogue about future of work, typically we talk in terms of that there is a clash of traditional versus what is coming in front of us, and how powerful it is that if we create a positive noise around what is happening around us, that has so much of power to change the world. And that makes me to now introduce Ms. Zamzam Ibrahim, Director Somalis for Sustainability, Somalia, because you are also a champion of something similar. Ms. Zamzam Ibrahim is a British Somali activist and climate justice leader with over a decade experience in social justice, education, and environmental advocacy. A co-founder of Students Organizing for Sustainability UK, she played a pivotal role in launching the UK's climate education bill. She is the Director of Somalis for Sustainability, a diaspora-led initiative she co-founded to amplify Somali voices in global climate action. Ms. Zamzam serves as a youth advisor for the UN's Green Jobs for Youth Pact and sits on the advisory board of Union of Justice, pushing for decolonial approaches to climate education and policy. Her work continues to shape international policy, inspire grassroots movement, and redefine what bold, inclusive climate leadership looks like on the global stage. So this is a very bold agenda that you are championing for, and at such a young age. What makes you think that the youth actually can be the champion for climate action that we all talk about? And we are also hearing a lot of noises that some of the international consensus are also breaking down. But that requires a lot of courage and enthusiasm on your part. We would like to hear from you that how are you reconciling these two things, that there are challenges of climate that all face in all of us, but there is a opportunity that if we can truly instill the urgency of climate agenda in our youth, we can have a clear new world of work which is focused on unleashing the power of youth for the better climate. So over to you, and we would like to hear you about this.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here. I mean, I think first of all, the youth don't need anybody to unleash their power. I think we've seen that with the youth climate strikers mobilizing globally and talking about the climate crisis when their education systems failed them. They went out to protest globally. They taught each other by organizing Zoom calls, by collectively creating spaces, whether it's through TikTok, whether it's through Instagram, whether it's through Facebook. They organized and mobilized and taught themselves when their very education systems failed them. So actually, young people have showed us that when there are gaps and they are failed, they will lead and they will teach themselves, right? So actually, it begs the question of like, why do we continue to fail our young people? And why do we continue to operate within systems, education systems, that we know aren't creating future leaders, right? We know the most brightest minds are the ones that have created the climate crisis in itself. We don't need to read that. They're the ones that went to Harvard, to Oxford, to Cambridge. They're the ones that are making the terrible decisions that are leading us to this crisis, right? So we know that we are, as an education space, creating the very people that are creating the destruction of our planet. So the question is, how do we then take these young leaders who are motivated, who recognize that there's an issue, there's a challenge, and they want to build a just and sustainable future, right? What does that mean? And a lot of my work is rooted in climate justice, and I talk about justice consistently because we need to remember that, like, we can talk about the how, right? Like, how has this happened and how have we got here? But that doesn't really matter, right? What matters is why we are here, right? And that's some uncomfortable conversations. That's talking about colonialism. That's talking about capitalism. That's talking about extractivism, right? That's talking about racism and systemic issues that have caused the failures that we're in today, right? And addressing those are not easy, and they're not comfortable. And I will admit that I'm often booed out of rooms and often made uncomfortable. But we need to have these conversations, right? If we're going to create future leaders, and we're going to tell them to fix some of the systemic issues that we've created, right? And we're going to talk about building a just and sustainable world, then we need to really talk about actually what's caused the problems, and then we need to start fixing those problems, right? And often, like, when we talk about skills, right? Like, the reality is that, like, the minute you enroll to university, right, by the time you'll graduate, the market has completely changed. The type of jobs that exist is completely different, right? So we're not creating people ready for the market. The day you graduate from university, I did accounting and finance at university. The day I graduated from university, I had no idea how to do accounting and finance, okay? I was taught how to do it on paper, but I didn't know how to work with a client, right? The reality is you learn on the job. You learn consistently through life, right? And here I am working on climate policy, right? I've never studied climate, but I'm here through my lived experience. I'm here through my knowledge that I've gained, right? So we need to understand, what does it mean to create future leaders that are critical thinkers, that are able to critique and think outside of the boxes and limitations that are built for them, right? And so I think the real question is, like, why do we continue to fail our leaders and the young people that we create? And also, I think it's understanding, like, why are we always consistently skirting around the difficult questions when we know it's the difficult questions that need to be answered for us to build just a sustainable world, you know? And that's what I continue to preface, and I know I get to do that as a young person. I step into these spaces and I say the uncomfortable things, and I scream it from whether it's on protest or whether it's on world stages. But the reality is, those are the uncomfortable conversations that we need to have, right? With politicians, but also with our educational platforms and with our private sector, right? Because we're talking about building skills. I mean, you mentioned Somali sustainability. I've done a lot of work in East Africa now, and the reality is, people talk about upskilling young people in Africa. These young people are so educated and so skilled. There's no jobs. There's no jobs. There's no investment, right? And so actually we need to talk about, like, why does that exist, and why does that gap continue to exist? So, you know, I guess I pose more questions than answers to the rest of you.
Thank you so much for your perspective, and I will come back to you on this. I would now like to go over to Ms. Adil Aliza from Aramco. She serves as a manager of corporate citizenship at Aramco. She oversees local and global initiatives with a focus on philanthropy, STEM, education, socioeconomic development, energy access, and volunteerism. With a proven track record of developing high-impact programs, Adil has established herself as a leader in youth development and community engagement. She played a pivotal role in the Saudi presidency as Global Citizenship Task Force lead for the Y20, led the development of a nationally recognized volunteerism program. Ms. Adil holds an MBA from IE Business School in Madrid and BSc in Management Information System. Welcome, Ms. Adil.
Thank you.
Your perspective is extremely important here because, right, what we heard is that how youth, what sort of world the youth is going to face. And we heard from His Excellency, we heard the perspective of what governments can do. From Ms. Zamzam, we heard that how civil society and youth themselves can take charge of their future. But you coming from a large corporate like Aramco, and we hear that Aramco is doing such a wonderful work in transforming its carbon footprint and all over the world. And the work that Aramco does with the youth through managers like you is truly a dialogue where a private sector takes responsibility for societal issues. So your perspective would be very important, that where do you think that the private sector perspective will be helpful in engaging with government and civil society to create the future that we want to have for our youth?
First, thank you very much for having me here today with all of the great...
Kindly speak closer to the mic.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's
okay.
better.
So thank you very much for having me here. I think to answer your question, there are multiple avenues to do that, but coming from the citizenship or the CSR perspective, I would say that major employers can take a more strategic and systemic role in engaging young talents and youth in general, and developing them through different approaches, but most importantly, aligning their CSR strategies within the gaps in the market, the workforce needs, as well as the national development goals. I believe that also companies need to integrate their, or I would say leverage their industry expertise while engaging and doing their citizenship and CSR programs to ensure that the subject matter expertise are also contributing in addressing and bridging the gap. And the last and most important point, I would say, and I would second His Excellency on that, is related to building strategic partnership. Partnerships is really important in youth development in all aspects. And most importantly, I would say the government sector and the nonprofit sector to provide a more scalable, sustainable, and impactful programs. Partnership is really important. I know that some corporations would prefer to do their programs alone, but being in silo is not going to help the society. It just could be just a PR stunt. So collaborating with all, I would say with all sectors to deliver on a strategic goal to empower youth is really important. I'll just maybe give an example of how we are tackling these partnerships and shifting them from transactional to actually transformational. One example, we have so many partnerships, local and global, and through our, for example, STEM education program, the Global Citizenship Program, we do partner through our offices with the local communities in the communities where we operate and the local nonprofits to have programs that are tailored to the community needs in every country we operate at. On another level, we do partner with the global networks that are providing world-class global platforms for kids, like the challenge-based programs or competition-based programs where they work with national organizers across the world. Like, for example, we have the World Robotic Olympiad, where we are supporting the Olympiad by expanding one of the tracks, the innovation track that Aramco is supporting, and also supporting them in expanding or providing access to young people from around the world by building a digital interactive platform for kids to educate them in STEM, AI, and robotics. And so kids will have to, our students, youth will have to go through the whole content and work with their teachers to be able to qualify for a final competition. Then our subject matter experts from the company in robotics will also contribute to the wider program as well. And we will also showcase how robotics is helping the company's operation, and it's helping its employees. So we're trying to look at things from the corporate perspective and the bigger perspective to be able to reach the young generations and empower them.
So just let me understand this better, that when you engage with these STEM or other workplace relevant interventions with the youth, how do you connect with the educational institutions? Because ultimately they are as His Excellency was telling, that unless we establish this dialogue between a real-time dialogue between a company like you and the educational institution, the education ecosystem does not get informed. As His Excellency was telling, that in educational reform system, they started with employability first, and then did the reverse engineering and started fixing the system backwards. So in that equation, the companies like Aramco can play a very big role, while your philanthropy or your CSR will typically cater to communities around you. But how do we ensure that the work that you are doing actually informs the larger ecosystem, and the curriculum, etc., gets improved? What Ms. Zamzam was talking about, that it's a curriculum issue that we have to address. So how does it happen, that education dialogue between your company and the education ecosystem?
Definitely, as a private sector and as a major employer, I would say, we do understand that we need more STEM experts, for example. And we do align and liaise with the different government institutions when it comes to the needs. And there are a lot of also published papers and researches that shows what are the gaps within the education system and how can private sector contribute to that. So we always try to bridge the gap through these kind of partnerships and conversations that are happening.
That's so wonderful, and that brings me to our other panelist, Tom, who is actually bridging this gap between the educational institutions and the workplaces by the pioneering work that you are doing on apprenticeship-enabled degree programs. So we are all curious just to know, can you throw some light on this, the work that you and your university are doing?
Sure. Thanks, Chair, and Your Excellency, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be here. As you can probably tell, it's been a while since I stepped into a space I'll be described as a young person, so it's great certainly to be on a panel that is so diverse. But I do have 3 children, all of whom are Gen Zers. One of them's an adult now, so only one of them is technically in the workforce. And absolutely, you know, I want my children, my grandchildren's children, etc., to grow up in a clean, fair, just and productive world, because one of the things I find when I look around the world, and I'm now as a skills policy consultant, you know, look at a lot of data, including the excellent data the ILO provides labour market economists like me, is what you see around the world is talent is evenly distributed, whether it's the global north or the global south, but opportunity isn't. And we have to ask these questions. Why isn't opportunity more fairly distributed within our own countries, never mind between countries and across the world? And I'm someone these days that looks into, you know, what I'm really interested in around skills policy is what works, so-called efficacy. And on this whole issue of youth to employment transitions, guess what? We actually know what works. You know, we're not sort of looking for some elixir of policies, funding and regulation that is suddenly going to solve the global youth unemployment crisis. So it's a combination of things, but the bad news is that there isn't a policy option that says, let's go to Germany, let's go to Switzerland, where they have youth unemployment less than twice the average unemployment, and let's just import that model to Saudi Arabia or Bahrain or somewhere else. Because that'd be like saying, let's go to the Amazonian rainforest and bring it to NEOM and expect it to take off from day one and what have you. Because every country has a context, every country has its own culture, unique culture, but there are things that we know about what works in relation to youth to employment transitions. And one of them is about ensuring that in the upper secondary track of education, that we stop talking about this bifurcated language, that there are some young people that have an academic brain and there are some young people that have a technical brain or a practical or good with their hands. Because in a world of AI, where, look, you know, my brain's been operating for the last 3 minutes at about between 10 and 20 bits per second, that's what the experts say. This smartphone that I tapped out my comments on earlier is already operating at 1 million bits per second. So there's no policy that's going to beat Moore's law, where processing power in computers doubles on average once every 2 years. So we have to look at the cognitive abilities that we have and how we adapt them so that we become the masters of this technology and not the servants. And that's why we've got to stop talking in our upper secondary education system about different types of minds, and instead develop the human mind that we have around the notion of knowledge and skills, and that everybody needs to acquire knowledge and skills. That then creates another challenge, which is, okay, so we have foundation learning systems that we invest in elementary education, secondary education, because it's about socialization. And it certainly isn't just about, by the way, preparing people for the world of work. I always say that, you know, to my kids, the point of education is to acquire a love of learning. You acquire a love of learning, everything else should pretty much take care of itself. However, in a world where youth to employment transitions, I was on a work with a McKinsey project a few years ago, and we talked about the broken bridge. So, you know, when I was coming into the labour market in the 80s, it was already, the youth labour market was falling in the UK. But now that bridge, if you imagine trying to, you know, for a young person, trying to scramble over a bridge that doesn't take you anymore from A to B, there are all sorts of holes and it's dangerous and things that you can fall down. So the challenge for policymakers is, how do we move from a linear form of secondary and post-secondary education to a form of education that's more like a global skills currency. In other words, how do we enable young people, and indeed adults as well, because we live in a world where people need to train and retrain. How do we turn things like qualifications into something like a currency, which is it's a horrible word, but I'm going to use it, that is more fungible. If you look at the definition of fungible and fungibility, we talk about currency in terms of the different denomination size of notes. So my challenge, and to the audience and to the panel, is we need to get away from this idea, A, of linear education, B, of full-fat qualifications, because the way in which people learn, particularly young people, I see it in my own Gen Zers, they are the masters of short-form content, right? So serving up to them something that's in a form of long-form content is just not what they do. They don't watch analog television anymore. They watch TikTok, YouTube. It's all about learning on demand for them. So that's why micro-credentials are so important, because when you link the fungibility of a global skills currency with the bite-sized chunk modular nature of micro-credentials, and then you attach that to a policy framework that is genuinely empowering and enabling with the right financial and regulatory instruments, then you start to see how you can shift the education system in a more positive direction from the 19th century model that we've inherited. So that would be my sort of opening gambit about, in terms of skills policy and effectiveness, we need to turn the model of full-fat qualifications on its head and create something that is far more flexible.
Thank you so much, and that no better person than Mr. Ashwani, who heads ILO's Global Skills Division. You just heard that how the youth is aspiring to take charge of the world. And as just now Mr. Tom said, that the talent is equally distributed, but opportunities are not. And the real agenda for policymakers is that how do you use this situation? What sort of policy? You work with 60 countries, and you are privy to the discussions on policy that these countries are making. What do you think that governments across the world should be working together? What sort of policies at a country level and at a regional or a global level they should indulge into to create a world where youth has equal access to opportunities?
I will say, stick to basics. No jargons. Now the world is full of, we go to one conference to another, we always find, what do you say new? So it's not about impressing someone else. It's basically education training systems have same basics. We stick to basics, we can build a very strong, let me say, give analogy of like a building, high-rise building. One part is a structure which is visible, then there is underneath foundation, which is very strong foundation is there. So I'll divide my response into two parts for a stable skills system. One is the foundation, which means a very evidence-based policy, inclusive policy, but which is very strongly linked to the national development strategy. Successful countries have shown, like Asian tigers, they've shown always, when they link their education training strategy to the national development strategy, they are more successful. Because when the demand is there, workforce is also ready. But many countries, they work not in, ministries work very separately. They don't talk to each other also. Second foundation is that, which also point came very much coming, is that I always give analogy of like a car going. There's a driver, and then co-passengers are there. Driver is the employers, companies. Government, workers, and other stakeholders are co-passengers. So everyone, navigator, everyone's role is there. But you have to give the navigation, driving to the seat to the government has to give to the employers. But they have to have very important role in navigator. Others have also role. But then there has to be an institutional governance mechanism under which this framework can work. Many countries doesn't have a prepared framework. Many countries are now starting sectors level councils and other things, which is very important. Another point is having a sustainable, equitable financing mechanism. Even if your idea is great and there is no startup money coming, startup cannot take place. Someone has to give funding. or sustain the funding. So I think that is very important from beginning, that how the funding will be done. And monitoring and evaluation system, keep on monitoring, take corrective action based on the evidence. That is the foundation. Now coming to the tall building, it has to be scale up. Like it's like a lifelong learning now. So you need to, a builder, what builder does, first understand who is the target group, what are their needs, what type of apartment they need, what size, what type of luxury they need, what facilities they can afford. Similarly, think about that one, a skills intelligence system. Based on that one, build a lifelong learning system which is flexible, which can deliver as per the demand requirement of that one, people, different target groups. And also I'll say build together technical and core skills, which are very much important. We are discussing. ILO now includes even basic digital and green skills as part of our core skills framework. And finally, ensuring that skills has a there's a good quality assurance system which results in skills recognition and skills mobility within the country and outside also.
Thank you so much, Ashwini. We have the pleasure of having Ms. Cynthia with us. Ms. Cynthia is an assistant research officer at the Commonwealth Secretariat, just like ILO. Yeah.
Sorry, just, I had to go to the main plenary for some function. There are some, so if you can kindly excuse me.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. So Ms. Cynthia is just like ILO. She is assistant research officer at the Commonwealth Secretariat. She is a youth leader with global partnership in education and Generation Unlimited. So this perspective that you bring about the youth and education, you have led youth advocacy at some of the world's biggest institutions. From your work across law, media and education, which is truly unique, how can we ensure that youth voice is meaningfully embedded in global skills framework? Because we have now been going around talking about the skills, and you have seen across sectors. So how would you recommend that the youth voice is heard when we are shaping the policies at the government level or curriculum at the education level? At all these levels, the voice of youth is heard.
Yeah, thank you so much to all the panelists who've gone before me. I really appreciate your feedback. Before I give my response, I think I will summarize everything you've said in terms of the systemic blind spots I have noticed. Number one, I think overall I'm capturing that there's a sidelining of out-of-school children and young people. Number two is skills mismatch. We see a lot of young people struggling to get into the workforce, and employers are saying that they have half-baked graduates. Number three, I might be picking up gendered and cultural barriers, issues like female genital mutilation when it comes to accessing employment, especially for women to access STEM careers. Number four is lack of data-driven needs assessment. I think my colleague from ILO talked about the importance of evidence when it comes to creating policies for young people. And number five, my colleague also mentioned the issues of governance structures. So from my work experience across law, media, and education, I find that there are various solutions when it comes to embedding the youth voice and ensuring that they're meaningfully embedded in global skills framework. Number one is institutionalizing youth participation in policy design. And by this, I mean that youth inclusion must go beyond consultation to achieve active participation in policy formulation. I have been a youth advisor in various organizations, including Global Partnership for Education, Generation Unlimited. And what I have seen work very well is that you have young people advising the leaders on their lived experiences that have been mentioned before. So for example, when I was working at UNICEF, I worked directly with young people to develop a youth advocacy guide, because young people are asking, okay, this is what I want to do for my community, but how do I address policymakers? And so working with young people in East and Southern Africa, I managed to develop a youth advocacy guide. And therefore, young people across the world are able to use this as a reference platform to enable them to understand aspects of policy advocacy and to impart similar skills to their peers. Number two, we talked about feedback mechanisms. My colleague here has really talked about digital platforms. As youth are increasingly participating in the digital platforms, TikTok, social media, we need to actively take their feedback. So what I have seen work on the ground is a platform called Unitalk in Kenya, where young people are able to use a chat functionality through Facebook Messenger and SMS to give feedback to international organizations. And young people are able to respond to a set of issues, and especially issues on employment. That way we are getting instant feedback. Number 3, developing data-informed youth leadership programs. I will not overemphasize that because that has been mentioned a lot. But I'd like to give a good example of the King's College London that is working with young women across the world to train them on how to research, collect, and present data. One of the young women I have worked with who's advocating against the end of FGM in West Pokot County was trained on how to collect specific information for her community. And therefore, you're able to see these gender and cultural barriers to employment being reflected in reports. Number 4, I am almost concluding, is the integration of intersectionality in skills policy. I have seen that young people are not a homogeneous group. So there are young people in rural areas. We have young women. We have children and young people. Some of them have disabilities. It's very important to look at all these issues and ensure that we are integrating all of them. So one good example I have seen working for children and young people is a digitally accessible textbook. We have textbooks, but are all children able to read them? And so when we are able to translate them into a digitally accessible textbook, then we ensure that children and young people who have visual impairments, hearing impairments, are also able to access the same information that their peers are accessing, and therefore they're able to transition into employment. And lastly, it's very important to create mechanisms for youth-led innovations in skills development. By this, I mean that global skills framework should continue to create youth-driven incubators where young people can propose, pilot, and scale new ideas. So this can also include peer-to-peer training and hackathons. I have seen this work very well on the ground as a Generation Unlimited youth leader, where I worked with young people across the world to collaborate with the governments and the private sector in the Generation Unlimited Challenge. And so we saw young people coming from all over the world pitching their ideas on climate issues, unemployment, gender barriers. And because of this, they were able to receive one-on-one coaching, not just at the national level, but the best ideas went up to the global level, and they received funding. And I have seen so many of them continue to pilot their ideas at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency. With your permission, we just heard some very important messages here. Ms. Cynthia is talking about that somewhere the policy makers have to listen to youth, and youth can, and she has given many examples how youth can participate into a policy making. She's also saying that youth is not a homogeneous group. It has its own variances, and how do we account for them? Tom just talked about that the choices of youth, their preferences are in the short form of learning. They don't like long forms, and the whole youth energy that we're talking about. How do we? You have been at the helm of policy making. You are a business leader yourself. You have led some of the most powerful change agenda for your country. What's there? How do you synthesize this? That from this dialogue, we actually come out with a new prescription where youth has a voice in setting the agenda for the world which belong to them, and it is transmitted through the educational ecosystem, at the workplaces, and through the policy making institutions in the government itself.
So let me give you an example, just to make a point, maybe. A few months ago, I was in the States, and I wanted to see an experiment that they were running there, an education experiment, something that was initiated by youth, but then also picked up through investments and so on. They created a company there. They created a new pilot school that uses AI short form learning, if you will, for education. All right? The school is called Alpha School. They from a testing perspective, their numbers are fantastic. Okay, so from a graduating perspective, the numbers are fantastic. They're using AI to try to figure out what you've learned and figured out so that they don't repeat it again, and what you need to emphasis on. So that's point number one. Point number two is they're able to finish their daily work in 2 hours. So their claim to fame is that their school day ends in 2 hours. Now, mind you, the only way that they were able to do something like that is by listening to the youth, by listening to the end users, by trying to figure out, look, more of the same that's not working simply won't work, right? So more of the same will not work. This carpet bombing, cookie cutter approach simply doesn't work. And so just by virtue of that, if you were to take, I'm just giving you I just give you an example in education, but if you look at anything across the board, if you were just to define what it exactly is that we're solving for, and I think, like we heard our colleagues say, youth will be outspoken, they'll tell you the truth, make sure that you define the metric properly, and listen to the feedback loop. I think as long as you put that metric in place and institutionally ground it so that people have to listen instead of opt into listening, I think it's an easy fix. I mean, in Bahrain, again, we've got institutional interactions with kids that require that we take on that feedback and make sure that we embed it. So I'm sure everybody else can do the same.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Can I just add to that? I mean, I think there's one very practical example of where we're absolutely getting that feedback. And it's in really our universities, where young people now are voting with their feet, and they're either not going to university, or they're saying, I want a degree, but I also want a career from day one. I don't want to have to turn my degree into a job and a career. I want to turn my career choice into a degree. So, you know, I'm here representing Reach University in the United States. It's the only university in the US, accredited university, that actually has the mantra of turning jobs into degrees. And what that means is that young people in particular, but not exclusively young people, don't have to make this false choice between, do I go away and study and get into lots and lots of debt, and then just, you know, I call it the pay and pray model of higher education, right? You kind of make the investment and you hope that the human capital theory that underpins it all works out, and you get a job that pays you on average more than what you would get paid if you hadn't gone to university? Or is there a better way than that, which is about, from day one, being in a chosen career, whether it's in teaching, cybersecurity, healthcare, nurse, and saying, with the employer, with the higher education institution, with the government, finding a model of what I call co-investment, where the costs of the training, the costs of the learning and the knowledge acquisition is being more fairly distributed and shared across the spectrum. Now, that's a win-win model, because what does the employer want? They want a competent, trained employee that goes on a journey from novice to mastery in a way that doesn't cost them in terms of their bottom line. What does the individual want? They want to square that circle between having the ambition but not having the work experience. They want to join the two things together and achieve mastery. And what does the government want? It wants a policy of the lowest possible youth unemployment it can possibly find. Why? Because the alternative to that is millions of young people not in education, employment and training. And what we know just through observed observation, looking at young people in that position, never mind what the research will tell you, is that the scarring of that experience never fully cures itself. In other words, if we don't capture these young people, don't give them productive enabling careers at the start, it's very, very difficult then when they become adults, or middle-aged, or say mid-20s, to actually get them back into productive employment. So, as I was saying in my comments, I don't think we're looking for some innovation of something we don't know about. I think we know what works. It's about rolling out these new models like degree apprenticeships so that they become more systemic and that young people can respond to those incentives.
Thank you so much. Ms. Zamzam, all this must be music to your ears, because you have been working for Youth Voice for such a long time. So any closing thoughts that you may have?
I do actually want to stem off what both of you have said, actually. And I think it's interesting because, I mean, who the hell decided that at 16 I should be able to choose what I want to do for the rest of my life, right? And I think that's a very fundamental question to think about and ask, right? Like, at the very beginning of I mean, if you asked me today why I chose accounting and finances, I really Googled what will earn me most money, and I was very good at maths. And that's the very simple equation that I made at the age of 16, right? But I'll tell you this much. Had I been able to explore and learn about loads of different things, what does it take to be an engineer? What does it take to be an economist? What does it take to be a teacher, you know? And all these different skills that would serve me in my life anyways, I may have gone on to becoming something completely different, radically different, right? So as both of you are saying, of course our education systems need to be radically different, right? And that in itself takes a lot of investment. Because the reality is that like employers want individuals that are motivated, right? That are ambitious and love the work that they do. But you're not going to love the work that you do if you've been forced into it, because I mean, in the UK, about 30K on my university course. So I'm going to be forced to go down this route now, even though maybe that's not what I want to do anymore, and I want to go down a different route, right? And so like what you alluded to earlier, and is what does that lifelong learning approach look like? Like how do we continue to learn? How do we continue to unlearn? How do we unpick these like kind of barriers and boulders that like are put in front of us? Because the reality is that like skills need to be learned, but they also need to be unlearned in a lot of spaces. Employees will know that sometimes you hire somebody that knows how to do things a very certain way, and that's not what you need, right? You need somebody that can think outside the box and like unlearn that and pick something completely different up. But actually the best employers and the best workforce are the people that think outside the box. They'll be like, actually, even though this is how we're doing things right now, but how can we do things better? How can we do it more effectively? How can we do it with better purpose and more service? And I think creating young people that think like that requires teaching critical thinking. It requires teaching political education, right? And like depoliticizing our education systems, right? Really, like we should be challenged in education. Like you should go to university to be challenged, to learn. You shouldn't go there to come out there and think, okay, I've done this degree now, I've got a job secured for me. You shouldn't worry about having a job secured for you. There should be plenty of jobs if you're already that thinker, right? And those are the kind of minds that we really need to build the world that we want to live in. Those are the kind of minds that we need to be able to navigate and to build the systems and the governance structures that we need, right? And those minds exist, right? And sometimes I fear that when they go into our education systems or they go into the workforce, that those minds are broken and attuned and are lost. And so sometimes I do worry that like that we are losing some of the most incredible minds because we're continuing to fail them, even though we recognize that like there are better ways to do things. So yeah, I mean, I think for me it's exciting to hear some of the colleagues that are on the same page and understand and recognize what it takes to build a radically different education systems that serve the workforce that we need, but also understand that like it requires public, it requires private sector, it requires government to collectively work together and to do that work, and it requires a hell of a lot of investment and putting really the money where your mouth is, as we say in the UK.
I'm sure Ms. Cynthia has a lot to say after listening to Ms. Zamzam.
Yes, but I'll just emphasize one point, because overall I'm picking up that we need the soft skills. We need young people who are determined to get into the workforce. However, employers cannot escape from retraining the youth. The importance of education is that it enables you to open your mind, to increase your knowledge, to know what's happening in the world. Now, once you're in the workforce, then the employer is supposed to show you how to do the job. There's no way I will go to an organization and just know how to do it. They didn't teach me about the organization. A good experience I had was on my first job at UNICEF. I remember when I first got into the office, the first thing I did was sit down with my manager, go through my TOR, and after that, they gathered all the young people who had joined UNICEF at the time and trained them on the objectives of the organization, what they do, how to go to the field, how to go on mission, how to report, and lots of various activities. So by the time we were starting the job, we actually knew what to do. But we're also recognizing our prior learning. Before that, I was running my own digital platform, Amplifying Stories. He has talked about it. And they recognized my determination because of that. And that's how I got into the workforce. I think all young people really deserve a chance like this.
just last closing few sentences from your
Sure.
side.
Honestly, I second all of the comments about engaging youth in the decision making, engaging youth in the design of their own programs, because youth are not a population that we need to serve, but we need to collaborate and work with them on designing their own program. And models that position youth as co-creator rather than just beneficiaries are more impactful because they are mentorship driven, they are more engaging, and they are, I would say, impact oriented. For example, introducing I don't know, youth councils, or like in Aramco we have the Young Leaders Advisory Board that gives recommendations to the executive management. In addition to that, I would highly recommend providing informal learning experiences to youth to learn from, such as offering volunteering opportunities. Our flagship volunteering program has proven that how volunteerism can transform youth and prepare them for the workforce, especially when it's specialized volunteering or it's like pro bono volunteerism, working with the professionals or linking them to nonprofits where they can go and solve challenges around that. As we always say, youth of today in this fast-changing world are actually leading the scene, and they're not waiting for us to provide them, but they want to work with us so we can help guide them and make them the leaders of the future.
Thank you so much. It has been so engaging discussion. It flew, it just flowed like a seamless dialogue. And just to sum up, the key takeaways are that the youth of today is very cognizant of what the world they want to live in. They want to take charge of the world that is unfolding in front of them. And they actually want the policy makers to listen to them when they form a policy. They don't want the educators or the employers or the governments to set agenda for them. They want to become a co-creator of the future of this. And that's what we have heard from here. And we have also heard that there are very successful examples where the governments have enabled the unleashing of youth energy into the society and how powerful it has been. We also heard that how private sector is actually listening to the voice of youth and creating a dialogue with them, so which is a two-way dialogue. On one hand, they are listening to the youth, and on the other side, they are also informing the youth that how the world of work will be in front of them. We also heard that there is an opportunity for us to create a new paradigm. Until now, the paradigm has been that you earn a degree to participate in a job, to get a job. Now, you have to reverse it. You have to reverse that, as Ms. Zamzam was telling, that a youth should be able to choose the career that they want. Don't force a time that at the age of 16 or 18, I have to choose a career. But as and when I do it, can my workplace activity itself can be converted into a degree, and that's a true two-way interface between the world of work and world of education can happen. It's such a powerful, enlightening note that we all co-created, and I thank you, my distinguished co-panelists, to arrive at such a powerful agenda for this human capability initiative, and we are going away from this on this powerful note. Thank you so much, and thank you all to the audience here who have been listening to us all very patiently. Let's co-create the future for our youth. Thank you so much.